So I call the meeting to order, and please call the roll. Thank you.
Chair, before you do that, can I just mention that I'm not seeing the Planning Commission on Channel 27?
Well, you know, we don't have any direct control over that.
No, I understand. I just wanted to let Ben know.
Yeah, sometimes there's a lag between when they log on. I can talk to them about that delay. Since we've been recording since prior to the start of the meeting, and they get that invitation every time. They always log on at some point, and we've always had the complete meeting on the recorded basis because they get the full recorded meeting. So duly noted.
Okay, on to the roll call.
For a roll call? Okay. Clark?
I'm here.
Okay. Fragoso? Fragoso?
We need to unmute. There you go.
Sorry, I was muted. I'm here.
Okay. Gonzalez Parber is absent. Newton?
Here.
Rodriguez?
Here.
Swift?
Present.
Chair Green?
Here, okay, very good. So the meeting protocol is that the chair shall maintain order at the meetings in accordance with Robert's Rules of Order, and I keep the book next to me, so if there's any questions, please let me know. The commission has the responsibility to be a model of respectful behavior in order to encourage community participation and citizen input at commission meetings. The commission and the audience are expected to refrain from using profane language and/or ridiculing the character or motive of commission members, staff, or members of the public, and to maintain the standards of tolerance and civility. Public comments on non-agenda items. I must say that first, anyone wishing to address the commission on matters not on the agenda, but within the jurisdiction of the commission, must do so by email in the manner described above. Please state the matter on which you wish to speak. Put that in the subject line of the email. Matters not appearing on the commission's agenda will not receive action at this meeting, but may be referred to staff for a future meeting. Presentations will be limited to three minutes, or as otherwise established by the commission chair. And I'm the chair, and it's 3 minutes. Persons are not required to give their name or address, but it is helpful for speakers to state your name for the record and whether or not you're a Fairfax resident, so the secretary can identify you. Your conduct. All interested persons are invited to participate in these public hearings. In order to give all interested persons an opportunity to be heard and to ensure that the presentation of all points of view, members of the audience should, 1, limit presentation to 3 minutes. Again, provide their comments by email as described above, earlier than now. And 3, state your view and concerns succinctly. And lastly, submit any new documents to the planning staff first via email to be entered into the record. There is
Chair Green, may I interrupt you for a moment?
calendar, excuse me?
Chair Green,
Yes,
may I
ma'am.
interrupt you?
Sure.
We do have a joint planning committee, open space committee meeting, and I'd like to also have roll call for the open space committee members, some of whom we can see on the Zoom screen, but others who are listed in the participants panel. And I don't know if
Amy, can I just tell you that we're opening the planning commission meeting. We're doing the document for Laura, then we're closing that, and then we're opening the joint meeting, and I am planning to call everybody's roll at that point.
oh, my apologies, sorry.
Oh, that's
how
okay.
The agenda is written.
Sorry.
So, okay, so we have a no consent calendar items on the agenda. The regular agenda items are first, a proclamation in honor of our wonderful outgoing commissioner, Laura Caroline.
Again, point of order, Chair Green, I'm sorry. Did we ask and have no public comments on non-agenda items, or was I interrupting and not giving anybody a chance?
Public comment. Do we need to go back and pause to see if there are any? You're right. You know that, Mimi, you're right. Let's go back to public comments on non-agenda items and see if there are any. We need to wait a few seconds for timing.
I do not see any hands or questions from comments within the attendees on our list. However, it may also be a good time to go over how we are going to raise hands and call on that for panelists.
So I guess we will close the public comments on non-agenda items part of the meeting. There are no items on the consent calendar. So now we will get to the first regular agenda item of the.
Point of order.
Mimi, this is getting out of order.
Yes. So we were spoken to by Tamala, but I don't believe you heard her. So I want to ask her to say what she said again.
Tamala, go ahead.
Hi, I did say two things. One, that there wasn't any attendees who are raising their hands at this time. And because we are discussing the hand raising, it would be a good time before we call to order the next meeting. I don't know if it happens in this meeting or in the time in between, to discuss how we're going to do the hand raising for both committees at the same time within this meeting moving forward. For instance, will people be using the hand raising as attendees, or will we also be using it with the panelists? Sometimes we do a visual, sometimes we do a listed. It would be nice to know as we move the meeting
I'd
forward.
really like to get to the regular agenda items and follow along with the agenda as it was published, so that we don't, change anything unless we have a motion to change the agenda to discuss the joint special meeting right now. I think we should continue with the agenda as written and published and noticed to the public. I really do. So let us discuss the hand raising for sure and any other technical issues, and we'll get there. But I just want to keep the meeting moving along as it was noticed. To me, that's very important. So will I go back to the first regular agenda item? We're at the proclamation in honor of outgoing Commissioner Caroline. Please.
Yes, Phil, I think you've got it. And if, as the chair, I think it would be entirely appropriate for you to read that proclamation.
Okay, let me get it on my my technology here. Okay, Laura, I have to thank you personally, by the way, for mentioning to me one night that there was an opening on the Planning Commission, and that caused, and then the rest is history. Anyway, thank you. A resolution of the Fairfax Planning Commission of the town of Fairfax commending Laura Caroline for her service to the Planning Commission and contributions to the town. So I guess I'll read this because it is quite beautiful. It's amazing actually how you can do this. Whereas Commissioner Laura Caroline has served the town of Fairfax and its citizens as a member of the Fairfax Planning Commission for 7.5 years, from January 11, 2013 through tomorrow. And whereas prior to that, she served on the Fairfax Design Review Board for 7.5 years, from July 6, 2004 through January 2012, when the town council dissolved the Design Review Board and the shifting the Design Review Board responsibilities to the Planning Commission. And whereas Laura Caroline also served as the Planning Commission representative on the Fairfax Tree Committee from 2015 through February of 2019. And whereas Commissioner Caroline worked tirelessly and in the best interest of the community and its residents as a licensed architect, and was the design person in the know during that time to ensure that projects incorporated high quality design, respected the natural environment and the neighborhood, and served the needs of the residents and the community. And whereas Laura Caroline has reviewed and acted on many planning projects. Just one second. Issues and regulations, including the Victory Village 54-unit affordable housing project, new single-family residences, innumerable remodels and additions, the formula business ordinance to keep Fairfax special and unique, thank you for that, accessory dwelling unit ordinances, solar energy and water conservation ordinances, cannabis regulations, and the Fairfax Inn, the first new larger structure in town since 1998. Yeah, my God, that's amazing. Okay, whereas Laura Caroline has served as an example of calm professionalism, knowledge, and dedication to the town of Fairfax, its citizens, her fellow commissioners, applicants, staff, and whereas Laura Caroline has stood unbendingly for the principles of good government and for environmental protection and being nice while doing it, I'll add. Whereas Laura Caroline is leaving the commission to pursue her next adventures, and whereas Laura Caroline leaves the Planning Commission with heartfelt thanks of her fellow commissioners and town hall staff. Now, therefore, be it resolved that Laura Caroline is commended for her years of dedicated service to the town, giving freely of her time, effort, creativity, and architectural expertise to make Fairfax a better place. The foregoing resolution will be unanimously adopted by the Fairfax Planning Commission on the 16th day of July, 2020. Do I hear a motion to adopt this resolution?
I move adoption of the resolution for Commissioner Laura Caroline with our greatest thanks and best regards.
I'll
And
second
do I hear a
that
second?
motion.
Any
And
other comments?
I'd like to say just personally that I really appreciate your expertise. I really consider it a real value to the Planning Commission, just in terms of your eye for design, your building code knowledge, and your quality. And I think you've been able to articulate very well alternatives and revisions that have been necessary to projects. You've really improved the quality of projects that we've seen as a result of your expertise in a very kind and quiet and detailed way. And thank you very much for the things you've taught me.
Commissioner Newton?
Yeah,
Okay.
I want to echo what the other commissioners and the proclamation have said. Thank you so much, Laura. The thing that I don't like is the fact that you leaving this is going to mean that the rest of us have to really pick it up collectively to make up for the loss of you on this commission. I really appreciated all of your input. Thanks.
Yes. Commissioner Swift?
I echo everyone else's comments. I first came across Laura when I came and spoke before the Planning Commission on a policy issue they had. And I remember walking away from that meeting thinking how refreshing it was that there was a planning commissioner at the time that took the perspective as a homeowner that had a full-time job, and brought that to the Planning Commission and deliberations. It's been an honor to be on the Planning Commission with you, and brought that perspective along as well in looking at applications, and along with your professional expertise as an architect and your design sense. And Laura is one of the planning commissioners that doesn't speak as much as some of us on the Planning Commission. I know, it's shocking. She's quiet, but I find that when Laura does speak at the Planning Commission, we all listen and are appreciative of the input she brings. So I am saddened to see her go, and I just wanted to thank you for having the honor of serving with you.
Yeah, ditto, and repeating all that, I totally agree. Well-deserved accolades, and wish you well for the future. I know we went to the commissioners' lessons together, the 4 days or so of lectures, and it was amazing. You're full of integrity and knowledge, and otherwise some of us might not understand that a retaining wall over a creek might not be the best idea. So, it's a really been an honor to have you on the board, and thank you very much. Thank you so much.
Well, I thank everyone for the kind words, and I think you guys are in a good place right now, and I'm confident that you guys are still going to be able to make good policy decisions. So I can't believe that it's been as long as it has. I use the age of my son, who's 19 years old, as a gauge of how long I've been, on the committees. But so he's 19 now, and I think he was I guess he was 3 or 4 when I first started. So, I feel you guys are in a good spot, and it's time for me to go, spend, more time, my job, and a move soon to San Rafael. So even though Fairfax will still be in my heart, and I'm only 5 miles away, but I do have the opportunity to move to a larger house, and I can't miss that opportunity. So thank you, everyone.
And you will be in our hearts as well, Laura. But I do have a point of order through the chair. I made a motion, and I don't believe we had a second on the
Right,
proclamation before Laura takes off.
We did have a second, I thought, but I hadn't called roll. Didn't someone second?
Michelle Rodriguez.
Michelle Rodriguez
Oh,
second.
okay, that's
Okay,
right.
perfect.
Are we ready for the roll call?
Please.
Clark?
I'm afraid so.
Yes.
Clark? Fragoso?
Aye.
Newton?
Aye.
Rodriguez?
Aye.
Swift?
Aye.
Chair Green?
Aye,
There you go.
and thank you.
That should have been an oy vey, I think, instead of aye.
I know, what are we gonna do? Okay, so the second regular agenda item is to administer the oath of office to newly appointed Planning Commissioner Shelley Clark. I wasn't told whether I'm doing that. I'm not sure who's doing that.
Mr. Chair, I am going to be administering the oath. And so, Shelley, if we can get to where we can see your right hand. And what I'll do is I will read you the oath, and you basically repeat after me. So I state your name.
I, Shelley Clark,
You solemnly swear or affirm
do solemnly swear or affirm
that I will support and defend the Constitution of the United States
that I will support and defend the Constitution of the United States
and the Constitution of the State of California
and the Constitution of the State of California
against all enemies, foreign and domestic,
against all enemies, foreign and domestic,
that I will bear true faith and allegiance
that I will bear true faith and allegiance.
to the Constitution of the United States and the Constitution of the State of
Hold
California.
on, I lost you.
Excuse me. To the Constitution of the United States
To the Constitution of the United States
and the Constitution of the State of California,
and to the Constitution of the State of California,
that I take this obligation freely
that I take this obligation freely
without any mental reservation
without any mental reservation
or purpose of evasion,
or purpose of evasion,
and that I will well and faithfully discharge the duties
and that I will well and faithfully discharge the duties
upon which I am about to enter.
upon which I am about to enter.
Congratulations, you are now a member of the Planning Commission.
Thank you.
Congratulations, Shelley. All right. Shelley is also a member of the Marin County Bar, and I believe president of the Marin Women's Lawyers this year, right?
I am.
All right.
Yeah, thank you guys. I'm looking forward to getting to know you all.
Yeah, it's easier in person, but this will work for now, I guess. Okay. So theoretically, we're supposed to be here at 7:15. I think, but for the 2 attempted interruptions in the agenda, we would have been, but it's 7:25. I don't know if you want to take a break, or now maybe we should discuss the hand raising and how the joint meeting will work.
Can I announce then, just to get it out of the way, thank you so much, Chair, that if you are calling in by phone today, it is a *9 to raise or lower your hand, whether you're a panelist or an attendee. If you call in by telephone, it's *9 to raise or lower your hand, and *6 to mute or unmute your phone. If you are calling in by phone, also realize that most smartphones have their own mute unmute button, which supersedes that. So if you think you're unmuted and we still can't hear you, it's probably the mute button on your smartphone screen. If you are a panelist and joining us by Zoom, pardon me, you will see in the lower left-hand corner of the Zoom box a mute microphone. It's a microphone, and when there's a red slash over it, it's muted, and you can unclick that red slash to speak. There is also a video camera, and a red slash over that will keep your video covered. And I believe the chair will address this, but in the past, we have asked panelists to have their video off, or excuse me, on while speaking. Thank you.
Thank you. And Chair, it should be noted that the Planning Commission has declared a recess and is reconvening as a joint special meeting of the Fairfax Open Space Committee and the Planning Commission.
Right, I
And,
was just about to say that. And also note that in the agenda, we're supposed to do that for about an hour. So that's another thing. Yes, we are now theoretically in recess, and
Through the chair.
the joint special meeting of the Open Space Committee, and welcome to you. We really wanted your input here on this map, and maybe I'll let the chair, who's the chair of the Open Space Committee? I'm sorry, are they here?
Point of order.
Okay.
Through the chair.
So this is Jack Judkins. I'm the vice chair. Our chair couldn't attend tonight, so I suppose I'm it.
Thank you. Welcome, welcome. So I guess we have a report from Ben.
Point of order through the chair, please.
Yes, Norma.
We never settled how it is that we would raise our hand and be called to speak. Should we just raise our physical, actual finger hand, or should we go to the chat hand and raise it there?
Well, maybe a couple people could do that, because I need to see those raised hands, and I'm not sure if I do.
Let me do that now for you.
Thing?
And at some
I
point,
just raised my hand.
Yeah, I think I don't see it for some reason. It just.
Then maybe we should raise.
Physical raise this is good, I think.
And then you'll see us and you will call us to speak.
Right, exactly.
In the upper left-hand corner, there should be a hand. Can you see that on her box and on her screen?
No.
Chance has one also.
Maybe it's really tiny or something. I don't see it.
It could be, or it could be that it's set up right now so only host can see it. But yes,
host.
Nora and Chance has a hand up, a digital hand up, not a
No,
physical hand up.
Sorry, I didn't see it. So maybe we'll just do this for now. And, and if you don't get my attention, do it again. I mean, really be a little forceful. It's okay.
If I may, well, here's two hands, if I may, through the chair. I had a follow-up question to that, which is, I see we have an hour scheduled on the agenda. However, if we don't need the full hour, then we're not required to take the full hour, right? We'll take as much time as is appropriately needed.
Right, up to an hour.
No.
Sure.
Thank you.
No.
And if we need more time,
No.
we'll
When an
reschedule.
agenda is published, you can't do that unless you amend the agenda. Because the agenda includes times and you have public hearing items after that point that have been
Right,
published
so
at that,
we were
starting at that time.
Oh,
At
okay.
8:15 or so, but we started a little late. So we'll go to 8:25. We started then with this joint special
Well, the
meeting.
agenda says 8:15.
Yeah, if I could interject here, I was attempting to be conservative with the time. As long as this item lasts until 8:15, we'll be all right. As Commissioner Rodriguez noted, we should not jump to the other agenda items until 8:15. I don't think that will be an issue. This is a pretty juicy topic. I would also suggest that before we get into this, that Linda be afforded the opportunity to call roll call, since this is an official special meeting. I don't believe we have a quorum of the Open Space Committee. However, I don't think that's critical. We can treat Open Space Committee member comments as attendee comments without it necessarily being a formal meeting. The purpose behind this attempted joint meeting was to solicit comments from the Open Space Committee. And as I will note in my comments, there's already been considerable groundwork done by at least one commissioner in that regard. So Linda, I believe you should call roll at this time.
Hey, Clark,
Hi, I'm here.
Rodoso,
I'm here.
Newton,
Here.
Rodriguez,
Here.
Swift,
Here.
Chair Green,
Here.
Handel, not here, Cutrano,
Here.
Cornwell, Borgian, Seacroft, Ardito,
Oh, Linda,
Here.
excuse me, Linda.
uh-huh,
So Jonathan Sickroff, for some reason, is, or at least was a moment ago, an attendee. Yeah, he's an attendee. I don't know why he's not a panelist, but
okay, but he's,
I'm sorry, what was the name? I will promote him now. Jonathan, was it?
Sickroff, S-I-C-R-O-F-F.
Thank you so much. We're promoting him now.
okay, Horn, Pascal, and Taubman. Okay, that's it. Did I miss anyone?
I think you missed me.
I said you first. I said Judkins first, I thought. But anyway, maybe
I am here.
or I might not have said your name.
Very good. So Chair Green and Acting Chair Judkins, with your leave, I will read my staff report.
Yes, please.
Okay. Some quick background. Staff continues to digitize and georeference the baseline maps, which Fairfax has dating from the early 1970s. And these are used and referenced in various places in Title 17 of the Fairfax Municipal Code, our zoning ordinance. And staff is also working to clarify the references in our zoning ordinance to those maps. In 2019, for example, your commissioner reviewed and recommended adoption of digitized georeferenced versions of landslide hazard maps as part of amendments relating to the Hill Area Residential Development zoning chapter. And these zoning amendments and digitized maps were subsequently adopted by the town council. Staff believes that it will be very useful to continue to digitize and georeference versions of the visual resources map that is contained in the 2010-2030 general plan, and has been working with our town GIS specialists to create a digital version of this map. The first version of that was presented to your commission at last month's June 18th meeting. The Planning Commission reviewed the information presented and continued the item to this month's meeting with direction to investigate the map's boundaries and to solicit the involvement of the Fairfax Open Space Committee at tonight's meeting. And of course, staff has done so. In terms of the maps themselves and additional reasons why we are changing the references or recommending changing the reference, zoning ordinance chapter 7.60 ridgeline development refers in the definitions and general requirements sections to a quote unquote visual resources map number 9. There is no map by that name in either the zoning ordinance or in the town's current 2010-2030 general plan. However, and this was ascertained thanks to a lot of background work by Commissioner Newton, who presented this information in part at the last planning commission meeting and followed up with attendance at the open space committee meeting and at 2 subsequent subcommittee meetings, that the general plan in referencing the map of visual resources also copies precisely the 1974 map that shows ridgeline scenic corridors, and this is included in your package as attachment B. It's noted that the 1974 general plan open space element appendix A contains a list of maps, and that's contained in attachment C. And that list refers to the visual resources map as map number 9. And so this is where the connection between the map that's contained in the prior general plan is referred to in the current general plan as map of visual resources, and is referred to in the current zoning ordinance as visual resources map number 9, all originated from that original 1974 work and the map that's referenced in the appendices to that 1974 general plan. And I have to personally thank Commissioner Newton for her legwork in chasing this down. I'm sure it was challenging, and I also would commend the Fairfax Open Space Committee and former council member Frank Egger, who the last I looked, he was not yet attending this meeting, but if he is in attendance tonight, I would ask our Zoom host to make sure that he's afforded first speaking when the public portion of this discussion comes up. There are a lot of technical details and rationales behind digitizing the map, and these were discussed in some detail at the June Planning Commission meeting. Suffice to say, it provides a much more accurate version of what was originally developed in 1974. Thanks to some of the research that was done, we know that those started as from aerial photographs and other base maps and represented a really excellent product for the time. Apparently there were some state of California employees who came to the area and worked for a considerable amount of time. The town also engaged the services of a leading geographical firm from the East Coast, in fact, to do this work. And so at the time, it was kind of state of the art. But what we have now determined through our ability to use geographic information system information, and specifically LIDAR, and that's an acronym and I'll find what it means, light detection and ranging information, we now have the ability to be very precise about where actual physical features as they exist on this earth, and more specifically in the town of Fairfax and its environs, correlate to any map product we create. And so what our GIS person and I have been working on is to take that 1974 map and georeference it and digitize it such that it now very closely replicates what is actually existing physically on our landscape. And an example of how the margins have had to be adjusted somewhat is when you do look at our attachment A, which is the georeferenced and digitized map, you will see that it's no longer a perfect rectangle, that the margins have been adjusted somewhat. And that's the process of stretching the map to get that more accurate delineation of what is actually occurring. So that's the work that's been done. At the last Planning Commission meeting, there was that we had cropped the map down to list only Fairfax features. It was pointed out that there are map features that exist outside the town of Fairfax. And there was concern that unless the digitized georeferenced map included those features, that in an instance where they may have some applicability, we may not be able to use those. So what you have before you is the entire version of the 1974 map in its digitized georeferenced form. So all of the information that was contained in that map is contained in this map. We also found a little bit cleaner copy of that 1974 map. So I think the information presented, the edges, things like that, show up a little cleaner. One of the questions we have is what to name this map. Once we get past the question of do we recommend formal adoption of this digitized version of the map, one of the questions is what to name it. It is noted that as the reference exists in chapter 17.60, it is entitled Visual Resources Map Number 9. However, in the current general plan, it's entitled Map of Visual Resources. So for purposes of clarity, it makes sense to have the right title. And the question would be, do we simply go forward with a recommendation or with a adoption of Visual Resources Map Number 9 as attachment A is entitled, or does the commission wish to recommend to staff that we amend the zoning ordinance to come up to use the same title for that map as it exists in the current general plan, i.e. Map of Visual Resources. Staff does recommend that we change the name in our zoning ordinance, and if so directed by the commission, we'll come back at probably the August meeting with a recommendation for that change to forward to the town council. The last question, and this is a little bit more open-ended, has to do with some of the other data referenced in the map. And on this note, staff is somewhat cautious about creating an open-ended work program. Although there is undoubtedly good information contained in this map, for example, scenic highways, ridge lines, stream courses, which actually we've pretty much lined up already, views and vista points and gateways. One of staff's concerns is always using the limited resources of your planning commission and staff carefully. It is noted that we will have in the very near future some major demands on staff resources and commission resources to the extent that we may likely have to have multiple meetings per month. We are also looking at in the near future coming back to your commission with regulations relating to objective design and development standards. With these type of items before your commission, staff would recommend that if your commission and the Fairfax Open Space Committee is interested in further pursuing, exploring what those resources are and following up on the general plan recommendations to update that information and references, etc., that it be done by primarily the Fairfax Open Space Committee and possibly in some sort of subcommittee context that works independently, and when they have specific recommendations, reports back to your planning commission. And that concludes my report. If you have any questions.
Through the chair, a point of clarification for staff.
Thank you, Commissioner Fregoso. Yes.
Ben,
Questions from, wait a minute, just 1 second. Okay, questions from the commission. Thank you.
thank you. Ben, you said, I thought I had this clear, but your comment confused me. The Visual Resources Map Number 9 is the title of the map from the 1970s. However, our current zoning ordinance refers to it as Map of Visual Resources without the number 9, right?
Actually, our current general plan calls it the Map of Visual Resources, and the 1974 general plan, the number 9 reference came from the Visual Resources map, and there were 12 maps referenced in each map.
I understand that. My question is, in the current general plan, what's it called?
It's called Map of Visual Resources.
Okay. Okay, thank you.
I believe, isn't it not true that it's in the ordinance 1706020, that it's called visual resources map number 9, one question. And the other question is, has it been now established, and maybe Mimi can help answer this, that the map called in the ordinance, visual resources map number 9, is indeed the 1974 map being referenced? Two questions. Thank you.
Yes, you are correct that in the zoning ordinance, it's referred to as visual resources map number 9. And that's the basic problem, is we have the same map referred to a number of different ways. And I would like to hear from Commissioner Newton about her sleuthing that established the basis for this map in its various names.
No, you humans are not perfect. They think is the reason why it has a different name in the 2010 general plan as opposed to the 1974 general plan. I think the the intent in 2010 was to make OS1, the map of visual resources, the same map that had been used in 1974. However, the consistency with which we included it in the final version of the 2010 general plan is, I think, unfortunate given the reference and to the visual resources map number 9 title. But be that as it may, I think the question I have for staff here is, if we all agree that the reference to visual resources map number 9 is clearly to the map of the visual resources that was contained in the 1974 general plan, and the goal here is to update and geo-reference and digitize a map, that suggests something other than what is referenced. And I want to be clear that that's what staff is asking us to do, is to now refer to a geo-referenced map. I don't, I think that the recommendations that the subcommittee and I came up with were, kind of don't fix something that's not broken. If we've got a clear reference to the map that was in the 1974 document, we've even got a digital version of that on CD in the planning department. The question of digitizing, georeferencing a map is certainly, I think, a great idea for us to use it as an aid when people come to the planning department and want to understand how the ridge lines are connected or over, lay their own property lines. And so I just think the digitized map could be an aid without a suggestion that there's something wrong with the ridgeline ordinance, which, I think clearly references the 1974 general map. The fact that we've replaced the general plan with a new general plan, I don't think, and changed the name in the new general plan doesn't undo the fact that this ordinance refers to what was in 1974. So I'm rambling a little, but my recommendation, I think the recommendation of the subcommittee and myself was to not necessarily, create a map and then name it what we've got in the ordinance, but rather if we want to change what the ordinance refers to, do that a little bit more straightforwardly by creating a new digitized georeference map, ensuring that it accurately reflects what we want it to reflect, and then amending the ordinance to refer to that new map. There was a concern that we not encroach upon the protections of the existing map, whether it was, done with the latest technology or not. We don't want to undermine the protections that it currently affords. And so I guess I'll stop, Jack, maybe if you have anything further to add.
Yeah, I mean, what I'd like to say is that Mimi wrote an excellent memo, which is attached to the staff report, which I'm sure everybody has read, and it really very completely and in a very concise manner puts forward what our committee concluded. And I think the first and most important conclusion is that there's no ambiguity here, that this map, which was pretty quickly tracked down to the general plan, bears exactly the title that's referenced in the Ridgeline ordinance. So the one concern I would have is about amending an ordinance that that might give the appearance that we're trying to change it, because we're not trying to change it. In fact, there's a very good map that is not digitized that we've identified that quite clearly relates to this ordinance. By the way, the ordinance was adopted and amended several times before the 2010 general plan was first enacted. In fact, I think it was first adopted prior to the general plan, and then perhaps amended, definitely amended other times. I don't know what those particular amendments are, but it makes sense that when someone amended the Ridgeline ordinance after 2010, which did happen, they just didn't think to update the reference to the map. So we have a fully clear Ridgeline ordinance with a clear reference to a map that has existed in the town since 1974. So that's the first point, that there really isn't any ambiguity, and nor do I think a need to amend the ordinance for that purpose. If there's any amendment that takes place, I think it ought to occur after, there's been a long opportunity to examine whether or not some subsequent map actually accurately reflects what the map number 9 reflects. And I don't have the skill or the knowledge to do that. Maybe someone else does. But as Mimi said, it's available to be used as a practical matter for someone to come in and lay it over the streets in the town to give some bearing as to where these occur. But we, I think, all agreed on our subcommittee that map ought to be retained until we can do a more thorough review. Having the outline of the town on it is certainly very helpful. Being able to layer it is helpful in a practical sense. So I think those were our major conclusions, and I don't think there was really almost no disagreement with those.
Are we now off of questions to staff and debating these issues with, I mean, it's fine if we are. Okay, I want to recognize Commissioner Rodriguez and then Commissioner Swift.
I actually wanted to ask the Open Space Committee a question. Is this the right time to do that? I will go ahead then. So I'm actually in agreement with
Interactive here, so yes, you should.
I'm in agreement with the committee that I feel like the general plan and the code are both referencing the same document, and I think it's an administrative change that the planning director can just go ahead and do. If he feels like he needs us to do some kind of a resolution, or he could simply write a memo and say, I'm recognizing that this visual resource document is the same, and be done with it. But I support the staff using the digitized map for any projects that might come forward to help to get into some finer detail and guiding developers and property owners and what they can and cannot do. But what I wanted to ask the Open Space Committee about was this idea of the code. Not when I read the zoning code, as it relates to some of the core issues in attachment A, or excuse me, attachment C, which was the details in the open space element. There's a lot of great language in data on map 9, the characteristics that really should be codified into the code to really be clear about what's allowed and not, and then bringing in clearer aspects of this map in terms of viewpoints and gateways, and how does that really relate to preservation and that kind of thing. When you think about updating the code, and maybe that's not our work plan this year, maybe that's another year, that's a whole different question. When you think about that existing ridgeline protection ordinance, does it really address to the level that we're thinking that this map is really referencing? Are we interpreting stuff that we should codify? That's kind of one question. And then the other question is, one thing the staff's bringing up with this is that this attachment A now has the town of Fairfax city boundaries, but this map number 9 is the planning area. And from my perspective, we would keep this planning area map. We would not ever reduce it down to just the city map, because our perspective becomes micro, and we should be thinking much broader, particularly when other projects are coming in and so on. So do you have any opinions about kind of those topics that I'm bringing up?
So we talked about that topic in our subcommittee meeting, and Mimi, you can correct me if I'm wrong, but I think this was also included in your memo. We agreed that, first we agreed that yes, we should keep the entire planning area, in part because it shows the scenic roadways, which are relevant under the Ridgeline Ordinance to assessing the visual impact. It shows the full planning area, which can include areas from which the town, property within the town can be assessed for visually significant areas, which is described in the Ridgeline Ordinance. So we agree that the full planning area ought to be included, yes. I would point out that the general plan in 2010, which includes a grid of tasks assigned throughout the general plan, include reference to the task of reviewing the map, the visual resources map, and assessing whether or not, for example, there may be other significant visual resource areas. I'm not sure that's the exact term of art, but and it assigns it to the Planning Commission and also to the Open Space Committee. So, there's certainly a task there that we think is valuable. Just from my own personal perspective, I think there probably are some visually distinctive areas from various recognized viewpoints under the Ridgeline Ordinance that could be added to the map. So I think that's a valuable exercise. I understand that both the Open Space Committee and the Planning Commission are kind of limping along, having to do public meetings through Zoom, that we all have lives other than the volunteer work, and that it may take some time to get to this, but I think it's a valuable exercise for the future. I mean, I think it's important, as you say, to incorporate some of that sort of information into a more comprehensive visual resources map.
Well, if I may say that it may be possible to do what's kind of these days, Governor Newsom's calling a dimmer switch approach. That we might be able to both reference a thing called Visual Resources Map number 9, but the problem is we have to base our applications on a map that an applicant and contractors and architects can rely on. And that's the big comment. That's the number we get to. But I believe Commissioner Swift had something to say too.
Thanks. I had a process question. So we've got this joint meeting with Open Space to get their input, but then we also have on our Planning Commission agenda, item 1 to address the map. So I just wanted to be clear in my mind that where we're going to address and the changes that may be needed would be not as a part of this group meeting, but when we get to the Planning Commission meeting. And what we're doing now is getting input from the Open Space Committee. Is that correct, Ben?
Yes, I think that's correct. Sorry,
That's
Ben.
correct.
Yeah,
Okay.
that's how the agenda reads, and
Okay,
we will be
because I
getting
had questions
input.
related to the map that probably would be better at the Planning Commission, but I'm really appreciative of the input that the Open Space Committee is providing us, along with the work that Mimi's done with the history that we got.
Well, I don't think it hurts for, I mean, it's enlightening, I think, for the Open Space Committee to hear some of our views that we may bring up again in a moment when we have our own hearing on the matter. But I think it's good for, I mean, I'd like to get feedback from the Open Space Committee on any comments that commissioners may have for later on, because I'm not, you know, they won't be participating then. And I think they're here for our benefit and we're here for their benefit. But we, you know, we rely on maps, though. We rely on the need for an applicant. You know, again, this is what the commission's hearing. The commission's concern is that an applicant has something they can rely on as far as what map is referred to in the ordinance. And so we go forward. Okay, I'll open it up again. Thank you. Who was next? Was it this is Commissioner Newton? Thank you.
Yeah, and I guess for all of our benefit, this is really very specific as to how the Ridgeline ordinance works. And the definitions that are included in the Ridgeline ordinance and how the words that are defined are used with respect to prohibiting or limiting certain types of development that are in proximity to the ridgelines. And, you know, one of the issues that the subcommittee talked about when we were looking at the language of the ordinance itself was how there are indications of, you know, the ridgeline, the major ridges, the, you know, the network of ridges, but then there's also like length. And Linda, maybe you can describe these. There were perpendicular lengths and horizontal lengths that depended on how far away you were perpendicularly versus horizontally from the ridge. And I really want to urge all the planning commissioners, the Open Space Committee, and the public to really dig into that specific language, because in some ways, those specific lengths might be even more significant than the map. But Linda, I don't know if you have a thought about that.
Linda.
So I know the section that you're talking about where it describes it, right? And I think that it, you know, I don't know how to verbally describe it. I think it might be a good idea to consider like maybe putting some kind of like a diagram just to show people what it looks like, because everybody questions that section. It's a little confusing to try to understand with just words. I can read it to you if you want me to read it to you. Would you like me to read it to you?
Can you tell us what section you're talking about?
I can. Hang on, I'm looking it up right now.
17.
Do we have it as an attachment?
60.
Is it 020?
Yeah, it's attachment
Oh.
F.
It's section 17.060 1.020, which is the definition section of the Ridgeline Development Ordinance, and it defines the Ridgeline Scenic Corridor. Those areas defined as community and or neighborhood separators and visual resources providing community and or neighborhood identity, further defined as the area on either side of the ridgeline within 150 feet horizontal distance measured at right angles to the ridgeline or 100 feet vertically of the major ridge, whichever area is greater, as located on Visual Resources Map 9. So there's two ways you have to, determine it, and then you take whichever one ends up being greater, right?
Through the chair.
Or
Yes.
Linda,
Goes-
are you not currently doing that? Is it a problem?
when we get ridgeline applications, yes, we do that. We know where the
Okay.
corridor is.
So it's not a problem.
It's a
Well-
it's a bit of a problem for the applicants because they don't have a map they can look at. The only map we have is the paper one at town hall. I mean, now we can send them a
Right, you now have the digitized map that helps us identify parcels. This is the 20th century, the 21st century, in fact.
Totally.
Okay, thank you.
And
I
there's a
have no more
issue here
questions.
That we're not getting around, just 1 second, Commissioner.
I don't start my video.
We're not getting around, and that is, all we look at is Exhibit A and B, and their paper, both of them. And it would be great if we could all, share a screen now or get online and see the actual digital map, play with the digital map, find out what it does, what it shows, because I look at A and B and I frankly, and I read maps all the time. I used to make maps and it's just not, they're not much different for one thing. And so I'll go to Commissioner Swift at this point, but I just wanted to throw that out. I mean, we really kind of need to see it, and that's kind of directed at staff.
Well, I'll tell you what happens. I'll turn my video on. Okay. What happens with applicants is if they really want to fight us on it and we tell them they're in the Ridgeline Scenic Corridor and they don't have a way for us to show them that their parcel is in the corridor by like a map that we can overlay, right, on the parcel maps, it gets difficult to argue with them about it, right?
Right, and we need clarity. I mean, so one of the things that's happening, of course, in the state is that we're all being pressured to have, more housing and tighter housing, and so land is going to become more valuable. I think it's going to have an opposite effect, but in any case, we're going to be having more ridgeline applications possibly. So we need to be able to, back up in court if necessary, through a Supreme Court if necessary, our decision and what it's based on. I believe Commissioner Swift had another question.
Yeah, I had some comments. One question was, where did the excerpts from the 74 general plan come from? Did those come from what we may have at town hall, or were those excerpted from another source? Along with, do we have Frank's OS element booklet at town hall? So that's one question I have. Ben, can you answer that one before I go further?
The excerpts were taken from the information that Commissioner Newton provided, and it is somewhat challenging because that is listed as a final draft. It's not actually a copy of the general plan.
So we don't have in town hall a copy of the 74 general plan.
Yes, Planner Neal could probably clarify that, but I believe that is correct.
Okay.
Insofar as applicability, we do have the current applicable general plan.
Right, I
that-
understand. And what I was trying to get at with that, and that's kind of beyond this discussion, is these documents are historically significant to Fairfax. So if you go to the county library's catalog, you'll see that there's an 84 general plan hopefully still available at the Fairfax Library. So what I was trying to see is where this came from, and if we had a copy of the 74 general plan, that's something that should be digitized and sent to the California room. So we have those historical documents maintained. Linda, you were gonna.
Well, so I was just gonna say that I have the general plan that I was handed when I started here, and in the front is written adopted 10/1/74, update 1976 and 1981, new housing element adopted in 1990. So I just want to explain how things were done back then. Fairfax didn't always have the money to create fancy booklets back then. So I believe they probably adopted these sections one at a time. And I believe that what I have that I was given is the final general.
So that's something that we can digitize and get into the California room. I've already talked to them, and that's certainly something historically that they would want to have there. And then that would be something that would be kept for all to reference in the future. So that's kind of a different project to look at.
That's
My
true.
question on,
To preserve our historical document.
right,
Absolutely, but we don't want new applicants referring to them.
I understand that. We just as, right.
In our current planning based on their plans and our ridge lines and our desire to maintain the ridge lines.
I understand, but in looking at the excerpts that we had, it gave you some context of that first open space element, and it gave context to the visual resources. So looking at that, the definition in there was a different definition than we have in the zoning code. I think it talked about 45 feet. In our zoning code, where the definition of ridgeline scenic corridor is 100 feet vertically or 150 feet horizontally, unless the map shows something different. My question to as far as digitizing that map, when we took the map, is the map accurate to those dimensions? And and I'm just trying to understand it, were we digitizing it so that it would show those 150 feet and 100-foot accuracy? That's what I was trying to get at, because if you digitize the map itself, I didn't know if that would produce the same result. That's a question.
And Chair Green, I do
Ben.
need to point out that there is one person in the attendee that's had their hand raised for some time. I understand it's not the public portion of the meeting. However, this person does not have a name, so I can't tell who it is. Just wanted to.
You are correct that we do have a public portion. There is no public portion mentioned in the agenda for this joint meeting with the Open Space Committee, but after the hearing items, then there will be a, let's see, we should have a public portion of after during the discussion of the commission's discussion on this point. I think then we will have a public portion of the hearing at that time. So they should be patient, enter your name if you can, and we'll go on. Thank you.
So Ben, can you address that?
Yes. What we did with the digitization image of the,
You're fading.
so it was a
We can't hear you.
Can you hear me?
Okay.
Okay, I'm going to kill my video. I'm not muted now. Can you hear me now?
Yes.
Okay. It may be a bandwidth question. I'm gonna stay off video because typically when you have a problem with audio cutting in and out, if you reduce your bandwidth by killing the video. So I apologize for just looking at the town logo. Maybe some people would prefer that. Okay.
It's something with your mic, just because I
Okay.
can do it over
I'm informed it may have something to do with the mic on the computer, so I'll put the video back on. In any event, a question of what was done. So what we did was we took a large format photograph of that 1974 map. And our GIS specialist then stretched it, compared identifiable features on that map to the known physical features that were obtained from LiDAR. So it was some very modest adjustments. And because that process of taking the photo did digitize it, we then adjusted the map by pulling some of those features on the map to their known location in space. So it was, again, it was a fairly modest adjustment. Now, to the question of how it applies to lots and other features, I would simply say that it's taking what was done in '74 and making it more accurate. There was no attempt to adjust anything to comply with the language in that image and saying, where do we think that it doesn't actually relate to where we know certain features are? And examples would be the gateways, the summit of White's Hill. So in terms of the question of running a live feed, there was a discussion about being able to do that. But one of the concerns is that because GIS, Geographic Information System, our system, take up an incredible amount of bandwidth. It's one thing to do a demonstration with people in the room. It's another to try to do sort of a PowerPoint presentation on steroids. And in discussing it with our GIS specialist, she said it would be far less fraught with peril of failure if we looked at specific items that we could superimpose on that. And perhaps we could look at street features or things like that. But I want to assure that the intention and the work that was done was simply to take that map and make it accurate enough so that we could apply it to individual parcels. Because the 1974 map, as we know, does not identify parcels. And as Linda and other people have mentioned, when we are attempting to take these type of
You're fading, Ben.
Turn your video off again.
Let's try it now. I'm sorry, this is a brand new computer. What can you say? Too many people streaming video elsewhere on the internet. So we're simply taking that map, making it more accurate, providing the ability to use it in relation to parcels, providing anybody, the public, architects, whatever, the hope and the intention is to put this layer on Marin Map so that when people call up the Marin Map layer, and for example, the layer that shows parcels, that they can apply this layer to that any parcel and get an idea of where the features shown in this map, whether they're ridgeline scenic corridors or something else, relate to their parcel. But there was no attempt to change the information in that map.
Okay, Commissioner Newton, yes?
Well, I noticed that former council member Egger is among the participants. And one of the things that had happened at our last planning commission meeting was there was a request that a little bit of historical context be provided regarding the old map. And I know we've got a public comment period coming up on the planning commission's portion of this item, but I had asked former council member Egger if he could attend in order to provide a brief update about, or a brief background about the map. So I just thought before we finish this discussion, I would ask Chair Green if you thought that was appropriate to ask former council member Egger to say a few words. I don't want him to be necessarily limited by the public comment period because he may have his own comments to make separate and apart from the sort of background I was hoping he could provide us. Thanks.
Yes, I think that's appropriate. I don't know technically, Tamela, whether he needs to be brought into as a panelist or if he can do that as an attendee.
What would you prefer, Chair? I can do either. Would
I
you like
think
him to
that
talk or become a panelist?
Yeah, I think in this
A-
case,
An
Mr. Egger
attendee.
is so important and a part of this that he could be considered a panelist in this situation. I mean, he did provide you, right, Mimi, with a ton of historical information, and I think now is an appropriate, but we do have about, I mean, loosely 6 minutes left perhaps in this session. So if we could do that, if Mr. Egger could join easily and quickly. But Norma Fregoso had a comment first.
Yes, I just wanted to say we did get an extensive written history in our staff report from Mr. Egger. It was a walk down memory lane, which I appreciated, but I hope he's not reading the document in its entirety.
Well, I asked Mr. Egger not to do that, and maybe based on the discussion that we've had to throw into the discussion your insight briefly, rather than reading the document you've already written, which is good, and it is historical, and there is a need for historical preservation in all matters. So I'll let Mr. Egger have the floor for a few minutes, please.
Yes, I am asking him to unmute. We're just going to make sure that he is there and not having a technical issue.
Well, I'm not sure if this turned out to be a mistake.
Frank, unmute yourself. There you go.
Okay, so you got like, Mr. Egger, I would give you a few minutes to go ahead and give us your take on what you've heard tonight.
Math book is saying that Frank is having a technical issue.
Okay, then I guess we will move on, and I would like to hear from more members of the Open Space Committee if they have anything to add to this, bearing in mind that, the need really is to make sure applicants have maps they can rely on.
Chance has his hand up.
I just had a quick question. Just to be sure, this might be a question for staff. In the recommendation from the Fairfax Open Space Committee subcommittee, working with Commissioner Newton as well as former Councilmember Egger, they had, it seemed, recommended to keep the current this current visual resources map number 9 and change the names, make the names concurrent, and at the same time, if there was this geo-referenced data and the ability to layer this over Marin maps for anyone who's submitting an application, it sounded like that could be supplemental or some sort of aid in addition to the current map that is referenced in the respective ordinances. I just wanted to confirm with staff that would satisfy their needs in dealing with applicants. If you could speak to that.
If we're going down a parallel track where the information that's currently in the ridgeline development chapters, chapter 17.060, continues to refer to the 1974 map as it exists, and then we in turn create a digitized version that would somehow also be applicable. I'm a little bit confused, frankly, by the direction of that, because to me, when you're looking at the zoning ordinance, you're obviously applying it to specific parcels and proposed applications in regards to those parcels. And if you continue to use basically an image from the 1970s, it's going to be very difficult to apply a parcel specific information, which obviously is readily available from Marin Maps. So somebody's going to click on a layer that shows parcels and there's their parcel. And then the question is if they're near a ridge or on a ridge, are they in, are they out? Is there a portion of their property that's in or out? I'm not sure we can do that right now. If we simply say that we're referring to the 1974 document and take your guess, or, and as Planner Neal referred, we do have the definition, which talks about the vertical and horizontal distances, and I'm familiar with how that functions, but it also says whichever is greater area as located on visual resources map number 9. So again, it comes back to where exactly are we talking about? So that's my concern, is that at some point, in the interest of clarity, I mean, we can do whatever we want with the titles. We can continue to have 2 different titles for the same map, one in the zoning ordinance and one in the general plan. Or as Commissioner Rodriguez, just simply treat that as an administrative change. I would prefer, frankly, to have the same title in both of our current applicable regulations and policies. But yeah, that's my concern, is that if we treat the undigitized as the point of reference for applying against applications, I'm not sure how we can do that, especially when we're dealing, or maybe dealing with projects that could be towards the edge of that area or might not be. I don't know how we do that.
Okay, yeah. Commissioner Fregoso, we're going to have to consider adjourning the joint special session any moment now. So I will go to Commissioner Grosso.
I will, if we're adjoining the special session, I think that's fine. I will save my comments when we bring it back for discussion on our commission item.
So,
Okay, and,
Chair Green, before you send us home, if I could just make one additional comment.
please do.
Thank you. So in response to Director Berto's suggestion that he wants to have the maps labeled the same and that would therefore require an amendment, you know, that's fine. But what I want to be sure of is that in making an amendment, you are making it clear that this is an administrative step. It's not a change of the existing ordinance. I think that's a really critical point, because it's not changing the ordinance. If it's changing the ordinance, then we ought to know in which way it's changing the ordinance. It's not. It's simply, in theory at least, taking a map that existed and digitizing it. Now, again, I don't think I quite understand how they've digitized the maps, nor do I think the Planning Commission yet understands that, or maybe they do. Maybe you have been given a greater description somewhere that I have not been privy to. But you know, that is a concern to me, that in some way the digitizing is changing the map. Let's assume that it doesn't. At a minimum, if you're going to amend the ordinance, I really would strongly urge that you do it in a way that makes it clear that you're not making a substantive change in the ordinance, that you are simply clarifying or administratively making clear what map that has always been referred to is. You're doing it for consistency's sake, not for any purpose of substantively changing the ordinance.
You know, Jack, I think that's a very wise thing to consider and say. I agree with you, and there's a way to do that. Right?
Let me also say, and maybe for this portion of the meeting, there isn't time, but I do know in the list of attendees, and I asked her to attend, that our GIS specialist, Jill Templeton, I don't know if she's listening in at this point, but I see her name on the screen. And I'm a generalist. I mean, I could sit down with somebody who's actually doing this type of work, work with them. She can actually get into the pixels and what she's tying it to and provide the type of information that perhaps would clarify for the commission. So I'm going to, in my capacity, allow her to talk. And I don't know if she currently is, oh, I see she's taken herself off mute. So with your commission and the committee's forbearance, I would ask Ms. Templeton if she would wish to discuss this in a better manner than I have been able to.
Can
Well, I
everybody
think
hear
if
me?
Mr. Judkins will agree, I think that's acceptable.
Yes, we
everybody-
can.
Okay, hi, I'm Jill Templeton. I've been working with the County of Marin and Marin Map for quite a while. In 2010, this LiDAR flight was done throughout the county, and it collects elevation data for every half centimeter of the county. It's called a digital elevation model or a terrain model. And from that, we were able to derive. Oh, I'm a participant now. I don't know if I've got my camera on. Let's see. That gives us a raster or pixel by pixel model of the county. And from that, we were able to derive stream courses and ridge lines, which is what you're primarily concerned with here. And we were able to take the visual map, the visual resources, whether you call it number 9 or visual resources, the same map, and overlay that, and we took control points. So we would take, based on that map, highest point saddles, lowest points, stream courses. We could also take roads and scenic areas and put those control points and snap those to the digital elevation model. Everything in Marin Map is in a particular projection. The visual resources map didn't include a projection, so it pulls it into the projection that all of the Marin Map data is in. There was remarkable alignment with everything, so there were very few changes. You see that the edges are tweaked a little bit, but it's a pretty darn close representation, and it allows you to overlay parcels or geologic hazards or roads or zoning or town boundaries or any of the different data layers that Marin Map has and zoom in and see the differences there. It gives you contours from that digital elevation model. We have 2-foot contours for the county, so you can really measure what's 100-foot elevation change. You can measure what's 150 feet horizontally and so on. So that's the advantage of a digital map. And I'll just repeat again that it was remarkably well done for 1974. We just put it into the projection that the rest of the data layers in Marin Map are in. I hope that helps. I'd love to show you all sometime, but it's a real data hog. So don't want to do that on a Zoom meeting. I see a hand.
If you could send a link to us just to take a look at it ourselves, it would be helpful. Who raised their hand? Was it?
I did.
Yeah.
I would just like to ask Ms. Templeton, is it?
Mm-hmm.
To clarify that in fact, our visual resource map number 9, which is the base document we have starting in 1974, moving straight through the current day. That is the map of our visual resources and our ridge lines. We have not changed those ridge lines. There are no new ridge lines that have been created in the last 50 years. The map itself was not changed. What you did was take that very same map and essentially overlay parcel maps and what you called, I think, reference markers. In other words, grounding our map number 9 onto the earth. And so the map was not changed. I see no need to change the name of the map. And I believe that the overlay of the parcels to assist staff and applicants in more clearly identifying exactly where their parcel is in relation to a particular ridge line is not changing the map, but simply clarifying, as you say, the relationship. Are they 50 feet? Are they 100 feet? Do they fall within the ridge line, or are they just outside the ridge line? I believe that something that is a technological advancement, that is an administrative improvement that helps staff, and there have been no changes made to the map, and the overlay does not change the situation on the ground in any way. Would you agree with that?
Absolutely.
Thank you.
Thank
That's
you.
all I needed to have you clarify for us.
Anybody have any other questions for Jill? Because I really wanted to close the joint meeting. So one more, Cindy Swift.
So Jill, just for clarity, the definition references a horizontal and a vertical distance from the ridge line. So is what you're saying the map, the paper maps that you digitized were pretty accurate when you look at the map itself, the paper map, to those 100 and 150 feet distances?
They're very accurate.
Great, that's what I wanted to know. Thanks.
Okay, any other questions from commissioners for Jill or Jack? Yes. Jack, yes, thank you.
Yeah, thank you. So Jill, a question, did you change any of the lines? Did any of the lines change? And
If I understand your question correctly, the ridge lines are all well represented in the 1974 map. We made just a few reference points to make sure that the map was in space at the same location as the ridges are in the projection of Marin map. So no, the ridge lines did not change. They're a little bit more defined.
okay.
Okay, any other questions? Yes, Mr. Cutrano.
Just to follow up, because I've been having a similar thought. So with the, and thank you, Jill, very much for being here. With the specificity that comes with these new digital layers, I was curious if there is any way to know whether or not, looking at the original map and then going to this new map, if there are any places that, you know, or parcels that could fall outside of the ridge line that were originally perceived to be inside the ridge line, or if there are any adjustments in that regard that we would be able to assess as a town by using these digital maps. I mean, I believe that's the purpose, right? But just from your assessment early on, are there any significant changes to that regard, or is it generally consistent? It sounds like it is consistent. I just wanted to get it for the record as well.
It's pretty consistent. When we did the georeferencing, as we were using an elevation model or a digital terrain, we used it to put control points based on that. Parcel maps are another type of an organism. They come from the assessor's office, and they have lots of disclaimers about the accuracy of them. And there can be some pretty significant inaccuracies, especially in large parcels in rural areas. Downtowns tend to be a lot more precisely mapped in terms of the parcels. But it's always important, if you're concerned, to have a survey done to find out if the parcel mapping is done correctly. The ridgeline mapping, I have a lot more confidence in.
There you go.
I have a question. When I compare the 2012 general plan attachment B, which is the non-digitized map, and the 2020 digitized map, I can see differences in the location of the scenic ridge corridors. And what I'm trying to clarify is the ordinance says that the scenic corridor is going to be that which is a certain distance horizontally or vertically. And so the reason why the green on either side of this ridge line map might be less than or more than the other map is because of the slope of the property, or can you clarify that?
Not knowing how this map was done, a question with ridge lines, is it what you can see from the ridge, or is it where the ridge can be seen from somewhere in the town? So those are two different things to consider. We do have the 2-foot contour, so you can see how wide it is before you start to get any slope. We didn't really focus on the edges of the green lines. We focused on the center of the red lines. And then we have the contours from there.
And so the center is the highest elevation on your map.
Correct.
And so if the elevation is running vertically, that's easily. If it's running horizontal to the line, well, now we're getting too technical. All
For
right,
a
thank
fairly
you.
flat area, it's difficult to say what the center of the flat area is.
Yeah.
For a steep ridge, it's much easier to find the point at which everything goes down from there. So yeah, you're right. A wide saddle will have a wider ridge corridor, a flatter area.
Okay, well, since Jill is kind of technically part of the joint meeting, any other questions for her or any other back and forth between the committee and the commission before we close the joint meeting and bring it back to the commission for discussion? Okay, well, seeing none, I certainly thank the members of the Open Space Committee to join us and provide us with your wisdom and insight and concerns. And I will, I don't know if we need a motion to adjourn the joint special meeting of the Open Space Commission and the
I
planning.
move that we adjourn the special meeting.
And the second.
Second, Pat.
And so we'll take a roll call vote. I would urge the Open Space Committee to please stay here and listen to our further consideration.
At this time, I will demote the Open Space Committee to attendees at the meeting. Thank you very much for joining us today.
Well, did we have a second and a roll call vote?
Oh, sorry.
I seconded.
And
Roll call already. Clark,
Aye.
Fragoso,
Aye.
Newton,
Aye.
Did you repeat it, Linda? Linda, you're muted.
did you hear me
There.
the first 2 times? Okay, Rodriguez.
Rodriguez. There.
Yeah, Rodriguez,
Aye.
Swift. Aye. Chair Green.
aye, and thank you.
We don't give the Open Space Committee a chance to vote on that, but we'll demote them and you'll have to live with the decision.
Well, I don't know if there's a decision or we're sort of making recommendations. So now we will be reconvening the July 16th regular meeting of the Fairfax Planning Commission, and the first, Mimi, did you have a comment?
No, I'm sorry.
You're just happy about it. Okay.
I was waving goodbye to the Open Space Committee folks.
Right, they were great. Interesting. So first is consideration of the digitized georeference map that we've been discussing. And basically what we want to do is bring it back to the commission now to have that discussion with staff and see what to do. So who would like to start?
And you may want public feedback.
Would that be appropriate now?
It's not a public hearing.
Well, it is a public hearing item.
I think public feedback is necessary.
It seems like now would be a good time then, before commissioners. Okay, let's call for attendees then to chime in as you will, and you have 3 minutes limit.
And we do have a few hands raised, and if it is all right with you, we would start with Brenna. Brenna, you've been unmuted.
Actually, could we start with Frank? I think he's there. I think he's been trying to get unmuted. And I think we asked.
I don't see him. Do I? Oh, yes, I do see him. Okay, thank you. Yes.
I'm happy
Frank,
to
are
wait.
you there? Frank? Frank? Frank, if you have mute on your phone or whatever you're calling from, if it's a computer device, it'd be the lower left-hand corner. I'm sorry, we do seem to still be having a technical issue with Frank.
If it's the phone, does he have to, what do they press star for?
Star, yes, star 6.
Star 6 will unmute him.
9 to hand, right? Okay. All right, well, why don't we right now take Brenna's question for 3 minutes, and then it's possible Frank didn't sign on with audio. I don't know what happened. Maybe Tamela can get on the phone with him or something. So Brenna, what was your concern? Thank you.
Hi. So I heard this evening the ridgeline has not been adjusted with the new map. I just want to clarify. I just want to make sure that that is the case.
Okay, thank you. That question will be considered. Any other public comments?
Yes, we do have another public comment.
Okay, thanks, Jamela.
And a person who is titled MacBook, you are now. Hi.
I'm Jessica Green. Can you hear me okay?
Yes.
Yes.
Yeah, one thing that Frank had mentioned to me was that there was, with the original map, some kind of Mylar thing that goes on top of the map that has all the streets on it that would make those original maps much more understandable. But he said that for some reason it wasn't presented with those old maps, but that seemed to be very important. And I think he's in St. Helena is why he can't, having technical difficulties trying to get through, but I was able to speak to him on the phone. He said, yeah, I'm trying to get through. I'm wondering if I called him on the phone and then maybe he could speak through the phone to you if he can't do it the other way.
He sent us a chat and it says, I've called from Frank Egger. I've called in on 2 landlines. No one will unmute me, he says.
I'm sorry. We have unmuted you on this side, Frank. There is to be some other technical difficulty, but please do know that we have tried to unmute you on this side.
But could maybe I call him and he could talk to you through my cell phone?
I would rather not touch that in the middle of this meeting.
You guys can do that offline, so to speak, and not on commission time. That would be great. So hopefully we can get Frank on here, and thank you, MacBook, for participating. Any other public questions?
Star 6 if you're calling on the phone, or star 9 for raised hands. And I do not see any more public comments in our attendee list at this time. Thank you.
Okay, so is there any chance that we can get Frank going? Because, or he can, because of his stature, I suppose, if he's late on public comment and we're going to close the public comment period, he could come in when he is working on his technology, as long as we're on the topic. We do want to hear from him. So let's bring it, close the public hearing period, seeing no more hands, right, Tamela? Just checking.
That is correct.
And so we'll bring it back to the commission for discussion. And Commissioner Rodriguez.
So
Commissioner.
I guess I would say that the changes that we're needing in terms of staff's recommendations can really be an administrative change that can be handled at that level. That if they, you know, in terms of the map name changes, I don't feel like that needs to change anything for us. If they wanted to use the digitized map to help guide them with working with developers, I think that that's fine too. I don't know that there's any replacement that needs to happen, and reopening the zoning ordinance really isn't necessary to do that in my mind. But I do want to say that, in my opinion, if I was a practitioner trying to use chapter 17.060 ridgeline development, I think that it's a wholly inadequate document. It might have been cutting edge at the time, but I think it's wholly inaccurate. I mean, inadequate. And what I mean by that is that there's missing definitions of visually significant areas, gateways, view vistas, you know, the conifer and hardwood, and then how does that relate then to, if you look at the only section in this ordinance where staff works with a developer is under 17.060.050 criteria for review of application. And the only thing it says under item 9A, all structures shall be located so that the roof does not extend above the ridge line. And I don't know about anybody else, but that is not what I would think protection of a ridge line is. I would think it would be significantly below that, and that you'd not only be below that ridge line, but below other ridge lines and a whole bunch of other stuff. So I just don't know that that's part of our work plan right now. So in my mind, I wouldn't recommend any particular change to date. And I thank the Open Space and Mimi for taking the time to write the code that they did. But I'm concerned about that ridgeline code not being adequate for us.
That's a really interesting point, and kind of goes to if the ordinance on ridgeline development 060 is going to be amended at all, maybe a lot of things need to be taken into consideration. But right now, I think we're working on this map issue. It seemed to me that there was a consensus among commissioners and the Open Space Committee that if this newly digitized map is as good as Jill said it is, and it is an excellent aid and a tool for staff to use to, I mean, the worst thing we can have is people developing on our ridgeline based on some ambiguous map. I think there is some merit in renaming the visual resources map number 9 to conform with the name that's in the current general plan, and I mean in the ordinance. And it can be done with a footnote, for example, as a recommendation. This is what you're seeking as recommendations, with a footnote that may say something like, you know, originally from 1974 through, what was it, 1980 something, you know, the map we're now using was called Visual Resources Map number 9, which the footnote can go on, says is available for reference for historical purposes, and we certainly should preserve that history, but maybe eventually somehow rename the map in our ordinance. And in renaming it, I don't think it would be great to have, because we need a record, the, you know, Jack and the visual resource, in the committee came up and said that we don't want to have a mistake and say, well, we're amending this ordinance at all. Right, exactly. What we want to do is have a more formal resolution process to amend the language of the name of the map even and my suggestion, and say in the amendment resolution something like, we are not amending the statute the ordinance at all. We're merely doing this to correct the name of the current tool that staff uses to more carefully pinpoint the 100 feet vertically and the 150 feet horizontal distances, something like that. And then if it's on the record that we're keeping the ordinance the same, but we're simply changing the map to correct the current ordinance so that it is in compliance and it's predictable, and we can, get through legal issues with it. Okay, Commissioner Swift.
Two comments. The first one goes to the comment that was made, and I think earlier by Mimi, and I think everyone's in concurrence with that, is that the visual resources map needs to include the Fairfax planning area, because obviously a lot of the ridge lines are in the planning area, not in the town, and that's what you want to look at from within the town boundaries. But I think we've already addressed that with the way, since the last meeting, with the way this map now looks. It does include the Fairfax planning area. The second comment I have, it goes to the name, and I think it is confusing when you have a zoning ordinance that has a map name that's different than what is in our general plan. So I think somehow we need to align the two of those so that there's some commonality. And I don't know if commonality and assures people that it is the same and we're not changing the code. And I don't know if, using the 9 sources map identified in the general plan, or vice versa, would be enough to make that connection in the code. Just saying, referencing both the names of the map and referencing the general plan. I don't know if that would work, but I think there is confusion when you look at the code as it is now and try and tie it back to all the other maps that we have in the general plan, that was a packet of, and you can't find a map 9 in the general plan. So that to me makes kind of the ridgeline code suspect. So I think there needs to be a way to address both and make it clear that it's referencing the same document.
Good point. Commissioner Fregoso.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. When this item first came up, when Mimi first brought it to us, there was a concern that perhaps there was a snafu with the maps, that maybe there was an older map that didn't get brought forward, or that the original information on the visual resources map number 9 was not the same, or that somehow the ridge lines had changed. But after several meetings of the Open Space Committee, they very diligently determined that in fact that was not the case. We're talking about the same map. There is no confusion. They've agreed, and staff agrees, the maps are one and the same. I certainly understand that the older map, actually, one of the really advanced features of the open space and visual resources map is that they included open space areas beyond the actual city limits. So at that time, it was very environmentally forward to do so. I tend to agree that the actual ordinance and the sections defining the ridge lines could use some updating. However, this is not the time for that. Since we are clear that the maps are one and the same, and that the only real discussion is that staff needs to use an overlay of our city boundary and parcels that's a direct overlay onto that exact map number 9. I don't believe there is a need to amend the general plan or the zoning ordinance. I believe that a note to the file would suffice. I don't think this is the type of thing that requires a complicated resolution or a CYA memo to that effect. I believe that simply a clarification in whatever document would be sufficient, and the fact that in these days there are parcels that did not exist back in '74, so it's impossible to use a map that didn't even have parcels on it when we're now dealing with parcels that are recently developed, shall we say. So in terms of that, I think to continue the discussion about the maps and changing the names and amending the general plan is not helpful. In fact, I will remind some people and inform newer members of staff and our commission that several years back, we never amended our new zoning ordinance map to be in compliance with our revised general plan with regard to specific changes we made, for instance, to the downtown central commercial area, or to parcels that were identified for planned unit development for affordable housing. There was a huge brouhaha years back, and people felt, oh, we shouldn't go and amend a plan for something like having a zoning ordinance map that's in conformance with our legally adopted general plan. So I really see no need to go through the expense and time and resources needed to make an amendment, given the extensive backlog of work that we have. Second, in order to answer staff's questions, I do not believe that at this time we should be considering any additional work to review and clarify anything in the existing ridgeline corridor map or the ordinance itself. Again, given our current workload, and so I think we should call it a day on this topic.
Commissioner Newton.
Yeah, I mean, I definitely appreciate all the thoughtful comments from everybody here. And Jill, thank you very much for the explanation. And I want to be considerate of staff's need to have concrete tools with which to guide those who come and want to develop their land within the town. I do think that there is a simple fix, and it may be based upon my role when I was on the Open Space Committee and working on the general plan that was adopted in 2010. And there was a general plan finalizing committee who went on a retreat and we just spent a lot of time trying to make sure that we were being consistent in bringing all the different elements of the 2010 general plan together. I noticed John Reed was one of our attendees earlier, and he was on that group with me. And at the end of that, we talked about the maps. And I feel responsible for not having carried over the names of the maps from the 74 general plan into the 2010 general plan. And I think that that was a mistake. I think we can amend our general plans up to 4 times a year, and changing the name of what it's referenced here in your staff report is figure S1. It's really figure OS1, open space 1 in the 2010 general plan. And it's the same map as visual resources map number 9. We could, if staff felt that we needed more clarity, amend the current general plan to add the name visual resources map number 9 to what is currently marked as OS1. We could just add it as a title, subtitle, I don't know. But I don't think that would take too many resources to just add that name to that map as a means of providing some clarity. I agree with Commissioner Rodriguez that the geo referencing and the digital manipulation of that map by staff can be accomplished as an administrative matter. And the only concern about that I have is the need to twist it slightly to make the 1974 map jive with what the geo-referencing data tells us about where the actual ridge lines are. And that's the only thing that gives me some concern. And I feel like if all we did was change the name of the map that's in the general plan to include the words visual resources map number 9, and then give staff the go ahead to move forward with the digital project using the best available, technical knowledge that we have, and continue using that combination of the map that's in the general plan with the more high-tech tools. Ultimately, I think what's going to be dispositive about whether or not somebody is within that ridgeline scenic corridor is going to be those vertical and perpendicular distances. So those are my recommendations. Thanks.
Okay, thank you, Commissioner Newton. It's a bit of a sticky wicket, but I mean, you're taking recommendations, right, Ben and Linda? You're taking recommendations here. I don't know whether you can kind of change the, it might be more difficult, I think, to amend the general plan than to, is it possible to make a administrative change in the language of the definitions in 060020?
Generally speaking, when we come up with a text change, I wouldn't characterize this as an error, especially because it's existed by this title for a period of time. I could refer to the matter to the town attorney. I mean, I think the sense I'm getting is everybody agrees this is a minor matter, and I tend to I agree with that because of the excellent research that was done that showed that even though they are by different titles, they're the same now. But technically speaking, it's good to have them by the same name. So I can check and see if we can just administratively make that adjustment. If not, I tend to lean towards let's change the zoning rather, because again, we started with the 74 general plan and the maps reference. We did the 2010 general plan. It would be appropriate, I think, to change the zoning at this point. And again, For the record, we're simply changing the name if we did that. We're not changing the rest of the ordinance, unless that's the commission's direction, but all staff is recommending direction on and suggesting is to change the name.
Yeah, I think with a footnote, like, that, what we used to refer to this map, and now we've changed the name because this is our current tool. We have to be careful of changing past, permits based on past map use, and in the future, we have to be concerned about both, so that, just if any third parties, judges, et cetera, were to interpret these permits, I'm looking at Ben's background and I'm seeing the ridge up there, and we would not want to make mistakes to the point that that's covered with houses really close to the ridge line. That's the concern, really. One more question here from Commissioner Swift.
I don't have a question, I have a comment. I support Mimi's suggestion of changing the general plan. As she said, we can amend the general plan 4 times a year. I don't know that we've ever done that. And I'm not sure what the process would be that we would go through to amend it for this one item. But I think amending the general plan to make that change might be a better solution at this point in time than changing the code, where we don't want to give the impression that we're making any changes in that code or changing it in any way. So possibly just changing our general plan to make that name change, and knowing that in a few years we're going to be hitting that general plan again, might be the best way to approach this. So I support Mimi's suggestion.
Okay, any other comments? Is Mr. Egger available at all? Do we, I don't want to beat a dead horse here, but.
You do actually have a caller who raised their hand right at the end of the public comment and still has a hand raised if they are still there. And we can try Mr. Egger again as well.
Well, I was specific. We closed the public hearing period. If that hand was up before that closure, but is Mr.
Green, I would suggest that it might be appropriate to afford the public the opportunity to speak. For one thing, it may be Mr. Egger trying to call in on a different line. I can't say that for a certainty, but I would, within the confines of the 3-minute, and I would request that our Zoom host track of the 3 minutes and possibly post that.
Well, totally.
Unless it turns out to be Mr. Egger.
From public comment. So like I say, if that person's hand was up before we closed the public comment period, then they should get to talk, and Mr. Egger, if he's available. Is that Kara Spencer?
All in user 6. And we're, yes, I didn't, hello? Nope.
So
It sounded like, I don't know, it sounded like an animal.
And if I could suggest we make one more attempt to unmute Mr. Egger, who's still shown as listening. Let's see.
Hi, it's *6. *6 is mute and unmute, and *9 is to raise your hand. So if you could use *6. Hi, I think we just heard him, perhaps.
I hit *6, I hit *9. What do I have to do?
You're talking.
You're on.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
I've dialed in on 2 landlines. I've been on this whole meeting trying to speak. I've been on Zoom and you won't unmute me, so I dialed in on 2 different landlines. I've got 2 landlines open here, but anyway, just a quick, if I could just say a quick few words. The 1974 maps, all of them, the Ridgeline Scenic Corridor, the Visual Resources map, the fire hazard map, all of them had a Mylar that had every parcel and every street on it that overlaid every map. Anyone could find their parcel on those maps. I don't know what happened to the Mylar. And then the bound 1974 general plan open space element is somewhere at Town Hall. I've got one here. I've got well over 120 file boxes in my garage, and you know, it may take me weeks or months to find it, but I know I've got one here someplace. There should be one at Town Hall. It's a bound copy. It's black. The back of it is black. The front is like a Mylar, and you see it says the 1974 Fairfax General Plan open space element, and it's maybe a 1/4 inch thick, but it should be down there someplace. I'm surprised that Linda hasn't found it, but I know that I think Elizabeth Patterson was the planning director, and she was going to get these maps digitalized. I think she's currently the mayor of Benicia, and maybe we ought to try to contact her to try to see if she remembers where any of these may be filed or maybe kept or whatever. And I know at one time.
Did you have any comment on what you heard tonight and what we're discussing, and his suggestion that Mr. Swift agrees with also?
Well, yeah, it's important. It's important since there is now a project in process through CEQA, that we not change what we have, and so I'm not sure what that digitalized map is. I printed it out here, and I was going to, but I can't overlay it on the visual resources map. Also, I've got a copy here, but it's 8.5 by 11. I'm just surprised that all that information isn't at Town Hall. But I know over the years, there's been planning directors who said, we got to get rid of this old stuff. We have to clean up. We have to clean up. We have to clean up. Get rid of the old files. And I don't know, maybe it went by the wayside. But the Mylar would just lay over the map, so you could find your house right on those maps. It was unbelievable. Let me tell you, Walsh, McCart, Roberts, and Todd had state of the art.
Your time is about up, though.
Okay, that's fine. That's all I wanted to say.
Okay. And I think you're right. All the historical documents should be looked for, found, and then digitized to preserve, etc. Okay. So if there are no more public comments, and we've heard from Mr. Egger, and I suppose we're done with public hearing item number 1. As far as staff is concerned, or did you have any other needs that we can address?
Jill would like to speak. I believe there was a question of Jill.
Is she still here?
Yes, she's in the audience. May I allow her to talk?
Sure.
Hi, Jill.
Hi, can everyone hear me okay?
Yes, thank you.
I just wanted to add, having heard Frank's comments there, that there is a layer in Marin Map that includes the building footprints as well as the parcels. So that is a representation of each structure throughout the county. And it allows you, with the digitized version of the visual resources, to see where each building footprint currently is. And you can even take that to a design level and add additional building footprints to it and see how they relate to other building footprints. So that's another advantage of a digital technology for evaluating projects. That's all. Thank you.
Thank you. I urge all of you to go to Marin Map, I think it's .org, and take a look. I mean, it is pretty amazing. I've been able to look at the shape of a house on Marin Map. It's pretty amazing. So
Commissioner Green, one final comment on the Fairfax Open Space Committee website. There's also a digital map that the Open Space Committee had created using Larry Kennings and Associates that includes the building footprints, and you can zoom in on that. So the town has actually gone to the extent of having that digitized by Kennings and Associates. It's a base map that the town used maybe about 10 years ago or so. Over.
Okay, thank you. So I guess we will close. Excuse me.
So are we not making a recommendation to staff to move forward and what that would be with this? We're
That's
sort
what
of
I was
leaving this
asking.
as,
That's a good question. Are we done? Are you, do you need more discussion then, and Neil, Linda?
Helpful to get some sense of whether staff should pursue either a zoning name change in the modest capacity discussed, a general plan name change, or just leave it as is and consider the administrative record syncing up the three disparate titles as adequate for purposes of showing what maps we intend. And then just for my own purposes, I think what I'm hearing tonight from your commission is that the digital map should be integrated into the town's review of projects and as it is referenced in the zoning ordinance. So I think we're on the same page there. And again, that could be considered. If there's a discrepancy or further comment from the commission, and especially in terms of what do we change, if anything?
can you come back with information on the process of changing the general plan so we would know what that would include?
Or whether it's required per the city attorney.
Sure.
Right,
Thank you.
that's what I thought. Staff was going to go back to talk to the city attorney, and you have Mimi's.
The process and costs involved.
Well, the timing also, time and another, it's a whole other project. Or whether
Also, we will be amending our general plan soon. We should just wait if we're doing other amendments
we have to
so
have
that we don't have to trigger more than one.
Right, well, that's true. The bottom line, though, being we have to have a tool that the applicants can rely on and
We have that.
use. That's what we need. And to me, the digital map is the best new tool. I don't think Mimi or Ms. Swift disagree with that. But I don't think there is direction. I don't think there is direction at all. I think there's several opinions, and it doesn't seem like there's a consensus. But Mimi's idea was great. It needs to be checked on whether it can be done simply through the ordinance name change with a footnote type of thing. That's another idea. I don't think, if anybody differs with me, tell me, but I don't think we have a consensus on whether or how we need to change the name in the ordinance or the general plan.
I don't think we
Party in the
I
background.
can't hear him because
What
there's
is
so much
that
background
background?
noise.
Yeah, what I would recommend is that members who are not speaking or about to be speaking should mute their mics to make life simple, easier for the rest.
I would ask this, Ben to come back and give us the information on what it would take to change the general plan. I think when we have that information, we'd be better able to make a recommendation back to staff. Right now, we don't know what that process would entail.
Right, or alternatively, whether it'd be much easier and quicker and give you the better tool sooner, and evidence-wise, et cetera, to change it administratively somehow in the ordinance with a footnote saying the only reason we're changing this is to make a more accurate map, something like that. I mean, I don't see a lot of difference there, but Commissioner Swift is correct. We need to, first of all, we need to get off this topic and get to part two. But second of all, we do need to see what the process is for amending the general plan. But heck, if we're going to amend the general plan, there may be a lot of things we need to amend in there. And so we can do that 4 times a year, all right, but how many resources do we have? So this is the question. The procedure, I think, is what we need to know is the better way to go. And Norma, I'm just not going to recognize, if you want to unmute and just give me a minute here. Okay, go ahead, Norma, just real quickly though. You're muted. You're muted. Okay. Oh, you're muted again.
I just want to remind people the hell we went through several years back trying to legally, as mandated by the state, amend our general plan, and the community was up in arms. You would think that we were trying to change the entire town. And I'll leave it at that. Thank you very much. Let's move on.
Okay. With that, I would suggest that we make ask the staff these questions about procedure and move on to public hearing item number 2, 572 Cascade Drive, application number 20-4, and the staff report, please. Unless you all want to take a break. I don't know if you want to or not.
I do, but if I'm the only one, let's keep moving.
Okay, good idea. No, well, if you can always turn off your camera, and take a little break, but that's the beauty of this hearing here. So 572 Cascade Drive, which was from the May 21st meeting. Thank you.
Yes, as you just said, this was continued from the May 21st meeting. Where the Planning Commission gave direction to the applicants, there were a number of things they were supposed to address. They have updated the landscaping plan as requested to include indications that 11 new trees will be planted to replace the 11 healthy trees being removed. And that we did clarify the tree committee's recommendation. Staff had incorrectly read it that they had to replace every tree being removed, but what it said was they replaced the 11 healthy trees. And so the landscaping plan has been updated. Commission had concerns about the design, and the applicant has made the following changes to the design. The 3rd floor of the structure has been stepped back 11 feet. The triangular deck that projected off the front southwest corner has been removed and been replaced with a roughly 13-foot deep deck over the garage. The redesign has decreased the height of the structure's street-facing facade from 25 to 26 feet down to 17 feet. There was concern that the 3 stories were stacked on top of each other. They have darkened the exterior colors of the structure, but still use an alternating color palette to provide articulation. They have not modified the proposed industrial-sized garage door except to change its color from bright white to the lighter gray-brown to match the horizontal siding surrounding the door. And this does help minimize the size and visual impact of that door. Staff was thinking that perhaps if they put some kind of a lattice arbor structure up the sides and over the top of the door and planted it with some type of vine, that would further help minimize the impacts. And one of the commissioners raised the issue of whether the fire department would allow such an improvement. So we talked with them today. They said they would definitely allow a lattice structure as long as it was made out of a fire rated material, but they would not be in favor of any kind of living vine on it, but any kind of design feature, like if they wanted to create some kind of vine out of metal or something, they could do that as long as it met the fire department fire rated requirements. So we are recommending that you approve the application by adopting the attached resolution. And that would conclude our report.
Okay, thank you. Any commissioners' questions of the staff, please?
I do have some questions. I'm sorry, I forgot the answer to this one. And that was around why is the property going to on septic? What is the distance to the closest public utility then?
Boy, I had that looked up for the last one. So our code requires you to be hooked up if you're within 400 feet. And this is further than 400 feet. And subsequent conversations with the sanitary district twice now, they have told me that due to the elevation change in Cascade Drive, it rises up at about 500 Cascade, the address 500, and then it drops back down. But the only way they could run the sewer out there would be if they had a parcel out there where they could create like a sewer substation. And so it's not really physically possible to put those final houses out on Cascade, hook them up to the sewer. They're going to remain on septic unless technology changes somehow.
My second question has to do with land use. At the last meeting, and after several of us conducted site visits, we saw quite a few vehicles that were being worked on, and some of the neighbors came in, and then the property owners spoke about that they take on working on different vehicles and so on. And so can you tell me about home occupations at this site? Because all I could find was the RS6 zone, that the uses have to be conducted entirely within the building. But I didn't see anything about home occupations and specifically car repair, which to me would be commercial.
Home occupations to us is when you're actually providing a service and making money off of it. We do not have any indication that these people are fixing cars, taking neighbors' cars, fixing them for money, and then returning them to the neighbors. This is a hobby. That's what they do. It's their hobby. So it doesn't qualify as a home occupation, and there's nothing that prohibits someone from having a hobby.
And then that leads to, I guess, the vehicles that are left on the site, and then the big driveway. That's those relationships then. Okay.
Yeah, and the thing about, there were comments made that some of these vehicles are parked in the public roadway, but there's also, as long as you move the vehicles once every 72 hours, there's nothing that stops you from using the public roadway.
Thank you. And then I wanted to ask you about C3 requirements. This, and then there were several other applications that we've been seeing lately where there's on-site retention, and then they are directing water to local creeks, which of course flows to the bay. And so, I was trying to look at the regional permit to get a better understanding of this jurisdiction and those requirements. So here, are you allowed to direct water to the creek that's flowing from up the hill down and just not across the property? Or why are we draining to the creek? I'm getting confused about that.
So the natural hillside drains to the creek, and what McStop looks at, right? And what Fish and Wildlife looks at is whenever you add a building and you're increasing the speed of the water that runs off, all they care about is that the speed of the water not be increased once it leaves the property, right? It runs at its natural rate, and that there's not man-caused pollutants in the water. So that's why when construction is occurring, they put out these big rolls to filter out the soil, right? But they're not trying to stop the flow of natural rainwater into the creeks. They want to encourage that to continue. That helps the creek be healthy. They just want to make sure that the water comes in at the same rate that it would flow naturally across the hillside, and that it not include man-made pollutants like extra runoffs, extra soil from excavation. So that's why we include the erosion control plan in these construction projects. They have to have that in place while they're building and for a time afterwards to make sure the soil doesn't run off into the creek.
Thank you.
I have a question about the garage door, the large garage door. Does staff have any issue with the, I really appreciate the architect's graphic representations that are contained in the report. But one of them shows, this large garage door that was white, and now it is fairly light, and kind of matches the siding of the house with the 3 windows above it, etc. Would not that be visually less obtrusive if it were a darker color? And another similar question is if you take a look at page 3 of the, what is it, attachment B, the top picture shows a very light white color used for the retaining walls on the sides. The top picture, stark white. Could not that be a greenish color? I'm not sure what it would look like in nature, but something less obtrusive than that stark white 90-degree angular wall.
I think you should direct that question to the applicant, because my thought was that the wall was going to be darker. If you look at page 4, I mean, I know it's kind of a nighttime version, but it does appear to be a darker color. So that may just be their elevation. But I kind of get the feeling they probably wouldn't have a problem with if you wanted to change that stairway wall. That's the stairway wall you're talking about, right? The walls on either side of the front stairway.
Exactly. So I just wondered if you had no issue with it, because
I didn't have an issue with it because I was looking at page 4, which seemed to be a darker color. But I think you should ask the applicant for clarification, because it does look very white in the one elevation, right?
okay, yeah, I agree.
But I think, ask the applicant. I think they probably would be fine with changing it, but I shouldn't speak for them.
Okay, thanks. Any other questions for staff? Okay, then perhaps we can hear from the applicant. If you're in the audience, or somehow we can get you in there, or the architect.
Hello?
Yes.
This is George Patterson. Hello?
Yes.
Go ahead, sir.
We've got you.
Yeah,
Okay.
I was expecting that Rich Rushton would be speaking on behalf of the questions you had, but I can answer those if you want. We'd be happy with any color there. It's probably supposed to be a darker color with the stairwell entering wall, and anything. As far as anything with vehicles, the big vehicle that we have here is going to be moved to Oregon, and we have no plans to make any money there. We're both retired. I have no interest in making any money here. It's a home for my family, and we're desperately trying now to move that forward. But I think that Rich wanted to make a presentation that would answer many of your questions.
Yes, can you hear me?
Yes, Rich. Thank you.
Okay, I don't know why I'm not on video, and I should be because I have a lot of pictures to show.
One moment and I'll take care of the video problem for you.
Oh, there you
What
are.
would we do without you?
Okay, we're working on it. Start my video.
Start my video.
There you go.
Okay, very good.
Okay, are you, okay, are you seeing that? Are you
Yes.
seeing?
We see you. If there's something you would like to share, you would have to do the share command. Are you trying to share a presentation?
Yes.
If you hover your mouse over the bottom, you can see a green button that says share screen.
Oh, there.
You can pick which screen to share.
It's his screen. He needs to do it. If it's not there, that means we need to redo it.
Yeah, you just need to, are you trying to open a PowerPoint presentation or a document?
Yeah, it's actually a Dropbox presentation.
You won't be able to open it directly in Dropbox.
Well, I did it last time.
Okay.
Yes, you can.
Do you have it shared, but do you have it open already?
I do have it open.
Great. Then there should be the little, it should show that presentation already if you already have it open. When you share screen, it should be in that.
Can we do it? We're not getting all the choices, the Zoom choices. Yeah.
It also says you can share by hitting Alt S, at least on my screen.
Alt S?
That's what my screen says. I'd give it a try. I don't know.
I think it's the arrow Alt S on if you have a Mac.
They can see you.
There's is in the middle of the bottom of your little box. So like, yeah.
Over to his house.
It's not going to help. They need to see what.
I know, but to help him.
I don't. We're not a big help.
I know. But how do you
Do you see a chat command?
No, we're not seeing the basic Zoom stuff. How do you get out of the presentation? Why don't you come back?
Does he have to be a co-host?
He's on.
But he's going to show a separate thing.
I know. And so
He wanted to show the.
But he did it last time without any problem. I'm just touching.
Christine, you might want to mute your phone.
I'm wondering if you can't go on to Vlad to talk about the drainage and the landscape, and I will try to resolve this if I can.
I'm promoting Vlad now. And I am asking him to unmute.
Works. Vlad, I see you've joined us. Okay, so let's hear from you until Rich gets his
Sure.
comics.
And it looks like the internet connection is not very good. Can
I ask you, trouble? You heard the discussion before. There you are. I heard the discussion before you joined, and I had a question to ask you about the color of the. I guess it's the stairwell entry wall that is also, I guess, a foundation higher on the hill. It looks very whitish, and I was wondering if you had any issue with making that color more compatible with the surroundings.
I don't think the intent was to have it very white. I think it's an item that between Rich and the owner can be resolved and addressed in a way that will satisfy the requirements.
Can you hear me?
Okay, Rich, we can hear you.
Okay, that is meant to be natural concrete, and it's actually showing up because of the sun placement white. It's really natural concrete color, so it's more muted than what you see there. We can put some lamp black in the concrete to tone it down even more, but it is actually going to be, the intent was for it to be natural concrete.
I have a question for Vlad about the landscaping plan.
Sure.
On plan L1.1, I'm used to seeing like 24-inch box or, sizes like that. And these say something like 1 inch or 3 inches. How do I equate those? I don't know how to understand height to size.
I'm not sure I understand your question, Commissioner.
On page L101 on your left-hand side, your planting legend refers to the size as 4 inches tall, 1.5 inches tall. It doesn't say 24-inch box, or I don't know how to equate these with what we typically see. How do you convert them to a typical planting sizes?
it's actually something I'm not sure I'll be able to respond now. We used to have this, and I'm turning my landscape plan. Commissioner, can you see the plan I'm sharing on my screen now?
You can't see him.
You're not doing screen share. We can only.
I don't do screen share. Okay. Just one moment.
Last time you were both very easy to share.
Yeah, and I'm getting a message now on my screen saying that host disabled the participant screen sharing. Is that something you can do there in order to?
Tamala will have to check it.
I'm sorry, could you repeat the question?
He was saying that on his screen it says host has disabled screen share.
Yeah, actually, I'll have to get Ben to take care of that. One moment, please.
Yeah, they have to enable sharing. So the choices are down here.
Well, that's going on. Let me say that compared to the original design, I personally thought this was a much improved design with the step backs and the overall plan looks a lot better to me, and that's a comment I wanted to make.
Excuse me.
Yes, we did fix the presentation issue, so you should be able to share now.
Okay, good. All right. I'm going to hit share screen.
Success.
Be quiet. Quiet.
Is that Mount Shasta?
Michelle, you're not muted.
I apologize. It certainly worked this afternoon.
If you open the presentation first in the background before utilizing the share command, it'll be easier.
Okay.
We did have a little bit of share for a moment. I think that was Mount Shasta in the picture.
Right. Okay, that's it. You see that?
No.
They're not.
No, we don't have it yet.
Did you click on the item and then hit the green share again? Or the blue, I'm sorry, it's the blue.
Okay.
The blue share.
Wouldn't it be good to get back to our public hearings in person, where these things are a little easier?
Okay, I've got a green share screen.
Mhm.
But
Yes, click on that.
okay. There it should.
And then your item should be
Yes.
in a white box. Click on the blue, there you go.
Okay, we see a list of files. And we see your cursor. Good.
Can't get it to open.
Rich, for just a moment, click on a different file. Yeah.
That's not right.
Can you see that?
Do you see that perspective?
I'm sorry, if you could go to this program and open up the JPEG or the item that you're trying to show us first, and then go through the share process. This is what I'm was trying to say when I said it doesn't open well directly in Dropbox. If you could open up the JPEG or yeah, first, and then you'll see that on that share screen, it should go right to it.
I just wonder, Chair Green, whether we need to go through this entire presentation, whether there's some specific questions from the planning commissioners that we can just move through versus this, we've got several other agenda items.
Well, with this technology going on, I think that's an excellent suggestion, Vice Chair Rodriguez. So does anybody have any questions? I'm sure we do have some questions of the applicant. Norma, yes?
Yes, I had a question and a comment. I do believe, correct me if I'm wrong, someone, it doesn't have to be the applicant, it seems that the huge garage door was, is now a bit smaller, and it has those small transom windows above it. Or were the windows always there?
No, the windows were added to articulate the space and also give it.
Exactly. I thought you, and that lessened the impact of that gigantic garage door. I think it looks much better, and I would not recommend that you be required to do some type of trellis or hanging vines. I think it would detract from your contemporary architecture.
Let me, if I can just state that the staff report was incorrect about the height of that door. It's only a 10-foot high door. And essentially that's, 7 foot is standard. 7 foot doesn't work for a pickup with a rack on top. So a 10-foot high door is standard. So it's not 18 feet tall as it said in the staff report.
Right. It certainly looked larger in the other sketch, but it looks much more normal size. I also wanted to commend you on the substantial reduction of offloading. I believe you reduced about 40 truckloads, cutting the offloading materials almost in half. So I guess you'll be spreading that around. I was very delighted to see that. The only concern that one of the neighbors had mentioned that I did not see a response to was when I was there, I know you had a gigantic truck, and then there was a school bus and another big truck. I believe one of you said that one of those trucks left town. My question was, during construction, will all your vehicles be able to be stored on your site rather than on the street?
The client has told me that the truck, well, the big record truck is going away. It won't be on site at all, as is true for the bus as well. So I'm not absolutely certain, but I think that there will be no no vehicles on the site during construction, and perhaps the client can verify that.
Yeah, that would be great. Thank you.
I would like to go over the verbal presentation that I have, and the commissioners can read the letter of transmittal as we're going through this, which has all of the pictures that I was going to show here. So at the last Planning Commission meeting, the concern was the 3-story height facing the street. Even though the building is set back more or less 50 feet from the edge of the road paving, the height at the entire front wall has now been reduced to 2 stories. This reduces the scale of the building as it appears from the street. And this was done by simply pushing the 3rd floor back northward by 11 to 12 feet, giving the building a stepped appearance. The kitchen area is now located on what was previously the northern patio, and the patio area has been relocated just to the east of the kitchen. The step back design is most effective as seen from the street. And you can see on the pictures in the letter of transmittal, the perspective from the street, both with and without the tree cover. Then if you look at the east elevation, you can see how the building now steps up from the street, starting at the low eaves at the street elevation up to the upper floor. And on the right side of that east elevation, you'll see the kitchen, which has been pushed out northward. I showed the southeast corner of the building and the southwest corner of the building. We had no objection to doing some sort of overhang trellis. I was thinking that it could possibly be done with the same metal components that we're using on the transparent railing. I don't hold much hope of finding a fireproof vine. Then I like to point out I believe, and I could be wrong, that it was stated by someone at the last Planning Commission meeting that there were no 3-story homes along Cascade Drive, which is not really true. There are numerous 3-story homes on Cascade that set a precedent for what is typical and acceptable construction for upslope units. Most of these have exposed parking in the front yard. There's also the design tendency for upslope units to have, to move the parking or garage close to the street. And I show several examples of houses that have the parking or the deck or part of the building close to the street paving, as close as 5 feet in some cases. By contrast, the Pedersen residence is located on an already graded level. And generally, the Pedersen residence has less impact, largely due to the generous setback from the street and the opportunity for landscape screening. Pedersen residence has lessened the impact by lowering the front wall to 2 stories, breaking up the scale of the wall with varying planes and colors, and using muted colors to blend into the background. The building is now 4 feet under the height limit at the highest point and 11 feet under the height limit at the front wall. The siding colors have been darkened from the previous submittal and provide a subtle color contrast between the differing horizontal and vertical siding patterns. The darker colors blend more easily into the surrounding landscape, and the bright contrasting whites have been eliminated. Window frames have been revised from white to dark bronze. The fascias and gutters match the roofing color. The transparent wire railings will be galvanized metal with stainless steel wire. That's the end of my verbal pres, and I'm open to questions, or Vlad can address the reduction of outfall and any landscape questions.
Thank you. Mr. Vlad, do you have anything to add to that? Thank you.
Yes, sure. I can speak a little bit about the revised grading and how we obtain the reduction in outfall from the site, as well as I would like to respond to Commissioner Rodriguez's question regarding the landscape plan. And really quick, I can talk about the swell that's being proposed to be installed above on upslope location from the pad of the house. That we looked closer at that proposed condition there. The swell is being proposed in order to minimize the impact of a possible debris river coming from up the slope. So we looked closer at that condition and been able to use some of those excavated material within the site. So that will lead to a reduction in export material. Now regarding the landscape plan and the planting that Commissioner Rodriguez asked me earlier, I do have the plan that, and I'd like to share this with you. The table that my plan shows, and I think it's the plan that you have as well. Shows on the column, the fifth column from the left shows the size of the box being installed on the site. Commissioner, is this what you were asking me about? I'm sorry.
The size references that you have there do not equate to me in terms of 24-inch box or a 1 gallon
I
plant
see.
or a 5 gallon plant. I don't know what that size means, 4 inches tall.
And please keep in mind that this is a preliminary plan for the sizes, and reality is that is not me that did the table. I'll have to refer to my landscape sub-consultant for this. But we are going to clarify this, and during the construction documents, hopefully we can address this item in more detail.
Well, in regard to trees, is there any approximation of a 1 tree removed and 1 tree replaced mechanism at all? Are we replacing 1 for 1 if there were any removed?
We are replacing 1-to-1, the ratio 1-to-1 to the healthy trees being removed from the site. The arborist concluded that there are a number of 11 trees that are healthy and will be removed from the site, and those trees needed to be replaced on the 1-to-1 ratio, which we did. And the current site plan, the current landscape plan shows precisely that condition.
Okay, thank you very much.
Sure.
Any other questions from the commission to the applicant or his architect? I am curious what the vehicles are that require the large garage. Is the applicant around to explain that?
Well, like I was told by the applicant, these vehicles are not going to be on the site. The garage is part of the reason for the large or tall space in the garage is for storage, because this is the only storage that they have. The cars will be in the garage, not on the street. And
Who has her hand up? Is that the applicant?
Yeah, that's the piece.
So I should throw her right now? Because they keep asking.
Yeah.
You're not
I'm
on
not
mute.
on mute. You're not on mute. Okay, thank you.
Tamala,
My apologies. We do have the applicant's hand up and I was trying to,
Asking, yeah, that's the idea. Why we have an 18-foot or whatever it is, a large, extra large garage door. And when it may not be necessary if the vehicles, I understand, won't be on site. I mean,
Hello?
hi.
Whether
This is
the
George.
applicant intends to bring the vehicles on site at some point, and therefore the need for the garage being like it is.
Hello?
Thank you. You are live and I'm so sorry about the misunderstanding there. We're trying to get you on board. Thank you.
Okay.
You can talk.
The garage is for storage and for our regular vehicles. The wrecker is going to Oregon after we finish using the trees. As Ms. Pergosa has pointed out, there's no place to put it while we're building, so it's going away. The garage is 10 feet tall, which is not 18 feet tall, and it's normal for it's a little bit larger than the 7-foot standard so that we can get our pickup trucks inside. There's no industrial or commercial purpose for the garage. It's just larger so that we can get our vehicles in there. I think that answers the question.
It answers one question, but then what is the use of the pickup trucks is my other question now.
It's our personal vehicles. I own a pickup truck and my brother owns a pickup truck. Those are our personal vehicles.
So that's it. That's okay. I had an impression that there was some kind of Army surplus vehicle or something that was a hobby.
Yeah, what we call the wrecker is an Army surplus vehicle. And that after we use it for the trees, because it's good for pulling tree stumps, after we use it for the trees, we're going to move it to Oregon because there's no place for it once we build on the lot.
Okay, so I understand.
Okay, thank you. Yeah.
Any other questions for the applicant? And then we can open it to a public hearing. If there are anybody in the audience. No more questions? Michelle.
I had just one more question. So on the Richard Rushton memo of June 29th, on page 5, it shows these different colors. And the chair was asking about, well, can we make some recommendations for what appears to be white? And you were saying the street view, I guess, is the one that there was a concern. And so looking then at the colors of approximation, then which one is that color? Is that the third one from the bottom?
the two siding colors are at the top of the color board.
That's these?
The color board, you really have to look at the color board in reality. Because as much as I tried to get the colors to be close to the color board, it's almost impossible to do that. Every time you print it on one machine versus another, the colors change. When you scans, the colors change. Right, so
so is it the quarry stone? I just want to, when we get to the resolution, I want to make sure to be able to reference then this material board. Is it the Sherman-Williams quarry stone that we're talking about adding some color to? Or is it the limestone?
No, actually, I don't have the concrete color on that color board.
Oh, okay, thank you.
So the two main colors there are the two siding colors. And then the taupe is the metal roofing, which will also be the color of the gutters. And then the other color, gray, is the waterproof membrane at the decks.
Thank you.
But I apologize for the perspectives because it was almost impossible for me to get the colors on the perspectives that match the color board. There's actually in the perspectives more contrast between dark and light siding than there will be. The colors are more subtle in their difference. Any other questions?
Any other questions of the applicant? Okay, so why don't we, Tamala, are there any members of the public raising their hands? We'll open the public comment period for this project.
I do not see any at this time.
Okay, then I have something to read from one of the residents.
Okay, go ahead. Thanks,
Ready?
Linda.
Okay, this is from Stephen Ladine, who lives at 581 Cascade. Dear Town of Fairfax, this is a follow-up for design review for 572 Cascade. Per my previous letter, I'm still in support of the Pedersen family's right to develop their property, assuming it blends in with the rural character of the Cascade neighborhood. George shared with me an updated rendering which incorporated some of the prior meeting's feedback, specifically stepping the structure up the hillside, eliminating the front protruding angular deck and reducing the front facade to 2 stories. I am glad to see these design modifications, which reduce the visual massing at the street level. I understand it is ultimately up to the Planning Commission to determine if the structure meets the character of the neighborhood, but again, I am glad to see the prior feedback incorporated into the design. Best, Stephen Ladine.
Okay, thank you. Let's see, is the brother going to also live in the house? Applicant?
Is the applicant going to live in the house?
His brother. There was a mention that his brother had the other truck.
His brother lives next door.
Yeah, no, George is going to live with his wife in the house. This is Christine Chalk.
Right, we want the house so we can bring our families together.
For visits.
And other things.
It sounds lovely. It really does.
And it should
Are
be
there
lovely.
commercial markings on those trucks or a business name or anything?
No businesses are going to be operated from this home.
We're retired. So in conclusion from me, I just wanted to thank you all for your time. I know you're volunteers. Thank my team for their efforts here. I know it's not easy, and with the technology and stuff, it's difficult for everyone. And I want to say we're just trying to build a house, and I hope for the best. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. And there was no other public comment, Tamala?
I do not see any, thank you.
Okay, then we will go ahead and close the public comment period and bring it back to the commission for discussion. Thank you. Do I hear discussion? Okay, Cindy Swift, thank you.
Okay, I'll start it off. To Commissioner Rodriguez's question about the size of the trees that would be planted, I did see in the staff report on page 7 that it references 10-gallon and 15-gallon containers under the landscaping section. I like this project. I think the changes that were made enhance the project. I'm happy with the colors of it. I don't believe there's a requirement for a trellis to mitigate the look of the garage. I support this project, and if we get to the point of making a resolution to do that, I have corrections to the resolution that would need to be addressed. But I'll speak to that when we get there. But I do support this project, and I thank everyone involved with it that were willing to make the changes.
I echo that. From the first plans to these plans, you've made a great effort to comply with the codes and conform to the neighborhood look and feel. So I also appreciate it. I have a few comments on also on the reso, but looking for more comments from the commissioners. Commissioner Newton?
Yeah, I want to echo what the other commissioners have said about the changes, and I just want to tell the applicant I really appreciate those changes. I think, I personally prefer the design a lot more, and I think it works more harmoniously the way it is currently. And I too have a couple very minor comments on the resolution.
Okay, any other comments? And
I had a final comment, if I
yeah,
may.
Norma, can I say your camera is
I know I'm in the dark because I've had to, the battery on my phone died half an hour ago. So I'm holding my phone standing 2 feet away from a charger because my extension cord only goes 2 feet.
Got it. Okay, go ahead. No problem.
I'm here though.
Okay.
And I just wanted again to compliment the owners and the design team on the changes that they made. I can imagine it was difficult. I feel bad that you lost that triangular hanging out deck, but I hope that your new design incorporated some cost savings and some efficiencies for you to make up for the changes. And again, thank you for being so responsive. And I too am supportive of this project.
Commissioner Newton?
Yeah, former council member Egger raised a question in the chat that I wanted to actually follow up on about the septic tank ban. And apparently we used to have a septic tank ban. And I'm wondering if staff have any information about our approval of septic tanks elsewhere, and whether they have any knowledge of us having done that. Thanks.
So Frank's been around longer. I'll put her my video on, hang on. Frank's been around longer than I have, but ever since I've been here, it's a ban on septic. If the code has read, it's a ban on septic if you're within 400 feet of a sewer line. And I just double checked the ordinance that's in place now, and it no longer bans septic. It just says that if you're within 400 feet, you have to hook up to the sewer. And if you are going to put in a septic system, it has to be approved by the health department, the Marin County Health Department. And the Marin County Health Department has reviewed the septic plans and approved them. So
what's that code reference, Linda?
let me, it is section 13.04. Well, let me give you both of them. Hang on.
And the other one's 15.04.040.
So 13.04.030 is the section that says every building where persons reside, congregate, or are employed, which is situated upon a property, an extremity of which is within 400 feet, measured in a horizontal plane of an approved public sanitary sewer, shall be connected to the sewer by the owner. And then if you go to 13.04.120, It says building not connected to public sanitary sewer. No building permit shall be issued for any building which is not connected to an approved public sanitary sewer without the written approval of the health officer. No occupancy shall be allowed without the approval of the health officer. So,
Do you have an understanding of whether we've approved these types of septic systems previously, septic tanks?
so we have not approved any new septic systems. This is the first house that's been proposed since I started with a new septic system. Are you talking about the new type of septic system?
No, a septic tank at all.
No, we had one house where the septic system failed and they had to relocate their drip lines into a public easement, and that was processed and approved out in this section of Cascade. They were allowed to replace their septic system. That failed. That's the only one I know of.
You know, a comment I have to go back to is that the sewer system cannot be connected apparently because of the geology of this situation. So there's an impossibility there that would, you know, so therefore the health department is approving the septic system for that reason, is that it's not possible to hook up to the sewer apparently. So that's.
But the only control that we do have would be over the size of the structure, you know, because the size relates to the amount of drainage and impact on the size of the septic, as well as the fact that it's in a WUI and the impact to all of the trees.
Well, I just want to remind you that the JARPA team met on site and they all had the septic plans and the house plans and the drainage plans. So McStop was there. I mean, everybody's looked at this and nobody said, oh, this can't be built. It's going to degrade the environment. They've all had their fingers on it, so to say, you know, so to speak.
If I could remind people, another comment on the septic system is that everyone approved it, but also they were required to put in a larger containment area, a larger system that would hold for a longer period of time in case there was a power outage or you know, a storm or something. They could control it better.
Right, that's true.
Okay, any other comments or questions for staff? If not, some of the members of the commission mentioned they had some specific changes to the reso. I'd like to invite you to mention those now, please.
Okay, I'll go ahead. So delete, unless the commission feels otherwise. I don't think there's a need for the trellis. I think that takes away from the design. The trellis is mentioned in the reso, page 3, number 12, and whereas 1A on page 3. The reso also has a condition number 11. Condition 11 on page 5, which talks about the trees. And the last sentence on that states when trees can be pruned. And I would like to see that last sentence deleted. There's nothing in our tree ordinance, for example, that has that requirement. So this is the first time I've seen a reference to the months of the year trees can be pruned. Number 18 on page 6 discusses which streets need to be videoed, or the way the construction vehicles are going to go, and it has Toyon, Oak, and Laurel. So those should be deleted from that item. They're not impacted by this. Spotted owls, miscellaneous, number 45 on page 9 has the incorrect, I believe, nesting season. It should go to July 31st, and I think it says July 1st. And then number 47 on the reso states that a revised VMP is needed to show replacement of the 23 trees. And they're only replacing 11 trees, so that needs to be corrected. And I think those were the changes I had.
I have some others.
Okay, Commissioner Rodriguez.
Do we need to have tree removal findings in this resolution to approve the tree removal? And if so, what do you recommend with that, staff? And then we should probably refer to the January 23rd, 2020 Fairfax Tree Committee's recommendation of approval in here, so there's some record of that. Under on page 3, the 1A, we should probably include the Dennis Furby letter of 3/31/20, which had the final geology review and the slope maintenance procedures. We may also want to add in here the coloring of the concrete. And then on condition 11, what we did with the last project that had the owls was we required the biology report to determine if there was owls on site, and if there were, then permitting from the Fish and Wildlife. And then on page 32 with the septic, and maybe Linda, I don't know, an inspection and some maintenance requirements in here.
Sorry, what number are you on?
32, page 8.
Sewage disposal permit will be required prior to issuance of a building permit.
So, you know, I'm not a sewer expert, and the Marin County Health Department reviews the sewage disposal. I mean, if there's some kind of a maintenance, are you aware of specific maintenance requirements? I think
I
that
went to their website to figure out what it was. And so what do we do then with the septic that we're issuing? We're getting a permit to issue it, but then what about maintenance?
Okay, well, your approval, that's part of your design, right? But the actual review of the particulars of the septic sewage design and maintenance issues are going to be covered by the Marin County Health Department. They're the experts in sewage, yeah.
So then
So
conditions.
if they feel that there's some kind of maintenance schedule, I'm sure they'll make that conditions of approval.
Okay. Then number 46, making sure that the lighting is night sky and downward lighting. And then that on 47, can we say that the 11 trees are 24-inch box for the oaks? Or something that's clearer? Because I think the size that we saw in your staff report was small.
Yes, you can change the condition if you want to, yeah.
Which condition was that, Michelle?
47.
Well, we're also not replacing 23 trees on 47.
11, but then of the 11, I think she was saying some of them were olive and some of them are oak. So all I care about is the oak. I'm not even sure the olives are fire retardant.
Well, I believe the fire department reviewed this, but we can double check that with them.
No, I'm just worried about oaks on this one. And that's all.
So Commissioner Rodriguez would like to specify that the oaks be 24-inch box, correct? Does the rest
So
of the
how does that relate to the gallon size that you had in your staff report?
I don't know. I just know that 24-inch box is about as big as they get. You know,
I mean, to me, I would leave that to the arborist as far as determining what's the best fit for that site.
I think the 24-inch box, we need to specify, you know, we're doing a 1-to-1 replacement for I'm not sure how many, approximately, I guess.
11.
11 trees. So that, you know, certainly 46 should be revised to say how many trees, but you know, we're replacing 11 trees here. So I think the larger the better. I kind of agree with Commissioner Rodriguez on that. Can we specify a 24-inch box? That's my question.
sure. Ben, they can specify that, can't they?
Yeah, typically your 1-inch diameter trunk is going to be 15 gallon. 15 gallon is smaller than 24-inch box. That's a typical jump. You go from 15 gallon to 24-inch box. I believe 24-inch box would be, say, about 2 to maybe 3 inches in diameter, probably 2 inches in diameter. So I would probably recommend a variety of sizes, maybe a combination of 15 gallon and 24-inch box.
I'm good with that.
Yeah, that sounds good. And
What
that could be
ratio? Half and
over-
half?
Through the chair, I'm also good with a variety of boxes, but to have them all be 10 and 15 gallons seem too small for me as well.
So do you want to specify like half?
We're talking about 15-inch and 24-inch box?
Can
Which
you give us
makes-
a
Keep in
number?
mind, some of those are the olive trees. They're not all oaks.
Right.
So I'm not sure, you know, again, from my perspective, what's appropriate from an arborist perspective and a landscaper, you know, related to an olive tree and the best size to plant for an olive tree. I don't have that expertise, and I would be concerned that we would be stating something that may not be to the benefit of the trees that we're trying to put in there.
Well, and I think it would be a good thing to include then if we're going to make a specification, you know, based on arborist review or something like that. Because I know olive trees can get pretty huge and they grow fairly fast. And they're dirty also, they drop olives. So, yeah, I mean, I think I'm all for specifying a range of box size, so maybe 15 to 24-inch, sort of based on arborist review. Would that work, Michelle?
Yeah, I think that would be fine.
Okay. I had really one comment on the reso, and that is number 9 on page 4. It says all retaining walls that are visible from the street, etc., and shall be heavily textured or colorized in a manner providing approved by staff prior to issuance of the building permit. So that's kind of there to not have white concrete retaining walls. And so that picture that I referred to, attachment B, page 3 at the top, and I think the architect and agreed that they could add a little bit of black color to that to darken it, or maybe a little bit of green to bring it into a more natural shade, but it is very stark the way it is. So I'd like to see that condition specify, I mean, it's there really, but do we need to say colorized, you know, in a certain manner, or just leave it to planning staff?
That's not a retaining wall. That what the architect talked about was the wall of the steps, and he said that was going to be concrete color, so it wasn't going to be white. That was just the picture that was in the package.
Right. So I think we need to add, not just retaining walls, but these, other visible elements like that are concrete color, contrasting with, it's hard to tell because it's just an artist rendition.
Concrete can look pretty light, and Rich said that they could add some lamp black to darken it up or some kind of a color.
So
So
if we can do a condition like that,
it's adding that the color, that lamp black or other color shall be added to make it look more like the natural, I don't know, or some more similar to the dark
blend
color
into
of the paint.
the surroundings.
Yeah.
And though otherwise, I agree, the project is much improved and, a wonderful idea, be able to live next to your brother. And I think that's all good. I just had an issue with that color. No problem with the garage door, really. Okay, Mimi?
Yeah, I have continuing concerns about the septic system, but for the sake of just a couple typos, I think that I found under the first whereas clause, we've received an application from somebody, the owner of 572 Cascade maybe needs to be added there. And then on page 9, paragraph 39, I think we've got an if instead of an is. And on paragraph 40, I think we've just got to transpose words other and the that can be adjusted.
Right, absolutely. Yes.
Got it. What was the one right before that, Mimi?
In the paragraph above that, there's a if that should be an is, or no, if that should be an in.
Yeah, thank you.
Okay, Ms.
Through the
Fregosa.
chair. Through the chair, I just have one last question for staff. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay. I noticed there are limits to the hours for the major trucks that are coming in and out. It has to be between 9 a.m. and 3 p.m. But I didn't notice, we usually have construction hours. And doesn't our construction go Monday through Saturday from like 8 to 6? Or am I?
If you, I believe that somewhere in this resolution, it says they're subject to the noise ordinance, and that those regulations about construction hours are contained in our noise ordinance.
In the noise ordinance, okay, I didn't notice that. But is it correct, am I correct in thinking that the hours are Monday through Saturday with no construction on Sunday?
I believe that's correct, but I can check real quickly.
Which condition is that one?
I didn't see it. There's a condition about trucks.
Usually we have a general condition that requires that they comply with all town ordinances. It talks about,
I didn't see anything about the noise ordinance.
The
Usually we have it.
It's number 20. The applicant shall comply with all applicable local, county, state, and federal laws and regulations, local ordinances which must be complied with.
There it is.
But are not limited noise ordinance, polystyrene, degradable.
There it is. Yeah. But I'm thinking, I was on Sunday trying to enjoy my Sunday afternoon after having people do construction and tear down trees from Monday through Saturday. And somebody right behind me was drilling and sawing and making noise. And I mentioned that Sunday we couldn't do that. And he was shocked. And I wanted to confirm that was the case. And
Oh,
since
is
we
that
had
is that an individual homeowner?
Yes.
I actually remember when they talked about that, but it looks like they didn't make that change because it's saying that construction, demolition, domestic power tools, the operation of any tools or equipment used in construction or demolition or in property maintenance between the hours of 6 p.m. and 8 a.m. Monday through Friday, or on weekends and holidays between the hours of 4 p.m. and 9 a.m. So the off the construction hours at 4.
You know, would it
I'm
hurt
sorry,
to, would it
when
hurt
can you,
to,
when can you do that on a weekend?
On the weekends, you can work between 9 a.m. and 4 p.m.
Saturday and Sunday?
Saturday and Sunday.
Oh, okay.
would it hurt to actually mention these dates and times in the reso as a,
I think for a project this big, we might want to write that in.
Okay, so you want to, in that section where it talks, like right below where it talks about the general ordinances, we'll do like a 20, we'll change 21 to 22 and then we'll just cite that code section.
well, you could do that, or you can make it 20.1.
Okay.
Which would make it a little easier.
Right, 20.1
Remember
with
everything else.
the hours,
Okay.
construction
And
hours. Thank you.
The noise ordinance specifies the following construction hours, and then that would be 20.1 perhaps. That's my suggestion there.
Okay, that's good. I got it.
And Linda, also on the owls, they're also mentioned on page 317 with the dates. I mean, with the dates.
Yes.
In that pruning, the pruning times, I was wondering, does that have anything to do with the owls? Or is there any kind of reason for limiting the pruning dates there? Otherwise, that should come out. I'm also in favor of eliminating the trellis, by the way.
Then you guys should make the motion. Eliminate.
So do I hear, is anybody ready to make a motion at this point? It seems like we're kind of in approval. Yes.
I'll make that motion. I'll make the motion to approve resolution number 2020-03 with the following changes. Under the first whereas, adding an application from 572 Cascade. From the, under Hill Area Residential Development. Oh, that was the question about the, forget that one.
I had that Phil, oh, am I muted? I had that Phil wanted us to add the applicant's name, which I think is a good idea, to the first whereas, correct, Phil? Wasn't that what you were saying? We've received an application from George and so Pedersen.
No, I don't think that was me who said that.
Did
You're
somebody say that?
correct to do that.
Okay.
And then going on to page 3, deleting condition number 12. Adding to the first whereas the Dennis Furby letter of 3/31/20 and the Fairfax Tree Committee recommendation of January 23, 2020. Adding to item A, lamp black, green, or color similar to the natural surroundings will be added to the concrete.
Would you be deleting the reference to the trellis then?
I already did.
In 1A? Okay.
I'm sorry, you're right on 1A. I'm deleting
It's
that.
also in 12, right?
On condition number 11, page 5, I'm deleting the last sentence about any pruning shall take place during the winter to the end. On page 7, we're adding a new condition 21 and moving everything else down, referencing, I thought it was code section 1501, but whatever construction noise ordinance numbered is Monday through Friday, 8 to 6, weekends and holidays 9 to 4. On page 9, condition 31, rules and regulations in effect. Condition 40, provided to the district along with the other required application. Condition 45 being changed to July 31. Condition number 46, adding night sky and that the lighting shall be downward facing.
Dark sky, I want dark sky compliance.
Dark sky. 47, that the oak trees shall be, I was going to say 24-inch box. If you want to make the modification to that, you can. And that's my recommendation.
Okay, so is that the
Oh,
motion?
the other change was that 23 to 11 on that same condition 47. It's not 23 trees that we're replacing, it's 11 trees. But I was going to say that all the oaks shall be 24-inch box. And that's the end.
Okay, can I make a amendment to that?
I'll let you know when I hear it.
Let's see what it says.
So I think, did we delete number 18 on page 6, the references to Toyon, Oak, and Laurel Streets?
I
got it in line, but that's come more correction. Yeah.
Okay, so we add that. But then I would, as to the oak trees, I would go with the discussion where we had a variety of sizes as part of the discussion.
Would you guys, I know this isn't protocol, but would you mind if you're going to say a variety, say what the smallest one you're willing to accept is so that we don't end up getting really small oak trees?
I'll accept your first amendment, but I want to retain my oak recommendation. I will accept the first amendment that you had on the deletion of the Toyon and so on, but I want to maintain my oak recommendation and see if I can get a second on that.
Can you repeat that part? Thanks. For 47.
On 47, the changes are 1-to-1 replacement for 11 trees, but all oak shall be 24-inch box.
That sounds good to me.
I would second that amendment. I would second that motion with the one approved amendment by the motion maker. Does that cover it?
Yes.
Thank you.
Okay, are we ready? So we have a motion and a second. Will we do a roll call, please?
Clark?
Aye.
Fragoso?
Aye.
Newton?
Nay.
Rodriguez?
Aye.
Swift?
Aye.
Chair Green?
Aye.
The motion passes 5-1.
The ayes have it, and any appeal is a fee of $500 within the next 10 days to the town council, and thank you very much. So go forth, and sounds good. Thank you. Moving on to the next.
Can we have a break?
Would you like to take a break?
I would.
Anyone else? Amy, okay.
Thank you.
Let's make it really quick.
Let's take a break.
Okay, how about 5 minutes? 5 minutes, we're all in our own homes. We don't have to compete for the toilet. Thank you. Zoom momentarily. Shelley, Linda, and Cindy. All right, there we go.
I'm here.
Okay, perfect. All right, so moving on now to the lodge, 573 Sir Francis Drake Boulevard, application number 20-5. Take it away, Linda.
Okay, so this was continued from your June meeting, and you gave the applicant a lot of items to address. You had questions and you asked for some consideration to some redesign. I'm not going to read them all. I'm just going to talk about the changes. So the applicants relocated all of the picnic tables that were directly behind the building over by the car wash, as you had requested them to do. They recently, just within the last couple days, talked to the one neighbor who requested that they not the barricade between the one remaining table at the rear of the building and the driveway be replaced with a 6-foot tall wooden fence, and they have agreed to do that. They will place signs on each table advising patrons to be respectful of the neighbors and to keep the outdoor noise level down. They verified with the ABC that the rope barrier at the front of the site is necessary in order for them to comply with their ABC license for outdoor dining at the front of the property during the temporary use permit situation. But once the temporary use permit is no longer valid and they move to their permanent conditional use permit, they'll be moving all the tables behind the hitching post wall, and they will no longer need that rope barrier. They can correct me if I'm wrong about that, but I think that's the way it is. Yes. And they've clarified their outdoor dining hours, indicating that during daylight savings time from March 8th through November 1st of each year, business hours will be Tuesday through Thursday and Sundays from 9 a.m. to 8 p.m. and Friday and Saturdays from 9 a.m. to 9 p.m. During non-daylight savings times from November 2nd through March 7th each year, the hours will be Tuesday through Sunday from 9 a.m. to 5 p.m. They will clean up the vegetation at the rear fence. They've contacted their arborist who's indicated that the placement of the chairs and the table in the redwood grove will not negatively impact the health of the trees, but they are going to place 6 to 12 inches of mulch under the trees and in the surrounding area to minimize the impacts of people walking and sitting amongst the trees. They have also relocated table 2, which was at the very back of the property next to the neighbor's barn. They've agreed to the neighbor's request to move that all the way over next to the car wash as well. So there will no longer be any tables at the very back of the property. And so we are recommending what we originally recommended, which is that you approve the request for the conditional use permit based on a lot of conditions, but I'll just reiterate that in the resolution, the following conditions are included. Live music is not allowed and no music shall be played outside the building, nor shall any music be piped from inside the building to the exterior seating area unless such a modification to the conditional use permit is applied for and is approved by the Planning Commission. 2, if additional lighting for the outdoor area or any other changes to the approved plan are deemed necessary going forward, they shall either be approved by the planning director or, if he deems it necessary, shall be approved by the Planning Commission as a modification of the conditional use permit. Existing lighting fixtures currently lighting outdoor areas of the site shall not result in light spilling beyond the access pathways or beyond the seating areas. The lighting conditions are not meant to restrict low-level individual table lights that do not cast light beyond the immediate table surfaces. The hanging sign shall be removed and any future signage erected shall obtain a sign permit from either the staff or the Planning Commission as required by the sign ordinance. The conditional use permit shall not be in effect until October 3rd, 2020, or whenever the governor's roadmap to resilience reaches a stage that eliminates the social distancing regulations requiring 6 feet of social distance separation between diners that are not living together, whichever comes first. If the Marin County Health Department extends social distancing or other coronavirus-related requirements beyond October 3rd, the applicant shall comply with all applicable requirements. The applicant shall comply with all requirements of the Department of Alcoholic Beverage Control and obtain any necessary permits from the Marin County Environmental Health Department prior to switching from the temporary COVID-19 use permit to the conditional use permit. Again, we included the daylight savings time, the specific dates in the conditions in the resolution. And 9, the applicant shall work with the residential property owner directly to the south of the site to erect a sound barrier or other type of barrier to reduce noise spillage from the site prior to implementation of the conditional use permit, unless the two parties provide written notice to the town that they both agree the improvement to be unnecessary. They're currently working with the neighbor to the rear to determine if they need to put up some kind of a barrier at this point. And that would conclude our report.
Okay, thank you. Any questions from the commission to staff about this project?
Linda, I do have one question.
Okay.
So I can see in the conditions of approval that you're referring to the plan that we have in our packet depicted, dated 7/1, and it has the little table and chairs near the barn. And there's also a table and chairs in the patio area. And then we got something today that said this is a revised plan. So what are the differences between the revised?
So I misspoke in my email. So let me see if I can screen share, because I've marked up, they didn't have time to submit a revised plan because these table relocations of the fence just came up within the last two days. But I'm going to try to share my screen because I've marked up their plan, and you should reference it. That's a very good point. Reference the revision that is presented at the meeting. So let me see if I can screen share. Is it working?
No.
Oh, hang on.
Not quite yet. We're getting there.
Select a window or an application that you want to share. Okay, I think I'm there. Can you see it?
Well, okay.
Can you see it?
Yes.
Okay, so so if you see right over here, that's table 2 in the back that's being relocated over here by the, can you see my arrow?
Yes.
Okay. Yeah. So table 2 is being relocated from near the barn over by the car wash. And then these vegetation planters are being replaced with a solid wood fence, 6-foot tall solid wood fence. And the other thing I forgot to mention is they have agreed that they're going to keep the, I think it was 26 feet that Commissioner Caroline recommended for backing up in traffic in this area. Yeah. So you should amend, if you do decide to approve it, you should amend the reso to cite the marked up plan presented at the Planning Commission meeting.
Through the chair, a question for Linda. They're still doing the circular drive, right? In on the eastern end and out on the western end?
Double check that with them, but I didn't think they had a problem with, I guess right now there are signs on both sides saying entrance, but I don't think they have a problem specifying one as an entrance and one as an exit.
I thought that was in the reso or in the staff report somewhere, that it would be a one-way drive.
It should be.
One entrance and one exit only.
I think the staff report states that the entrance is on the east and the
That
exit
would be
on the west.
That would be the safest thing to do there.
Well, anyway, that's what I thought it was, but then someone at the meeting indicated that both driveways are listed are signed as entrances. So if that's the case, it needs to be corrected. And that was something I was going to address when we got to that point. So yeah, you should add that into the resolution.
Linda, I had a question about when we originally saw this application, there were how many seating was originally proposed compared to how many is currently proposed? There seems like a lot more.
Yeah.
Hang on, I have to find my file with the, with my calculations. And of course, I don't have it out. So,
Are we assuming 4 people per table?
yes.
Okay.
Those are not 6-seaters?
For the larger tables, they look a little tight for 6 people with.
Well, if you
this.
take the number 1 bench in the patio area and flip it to the number of seats that it could handle that's shown inside the building, you can see it's the same number as 6.
I have a question about the report. On page 4, it says, the second paragraph from the top, it says, although not depicted in the revised plan, the applicants have indicated the planter and bike rack barricades will be shifted 2 feet north to maintain a driveway width of 26 feet. That's what you were talking about, but now they're building a fence, are you saying, rather than using these?
Right, but they're still going to maintain the distance that Commissioner Caroline
The
recommended.
26 feet.
26 feet, okay. But so the planters are not used now to delineate the driveway?
The planters were never used to delineate the entire driveway. They were just used around this one rear seating area.
Okay, but now they're not existing. I had some questions about the planters, so.
So the planters are going away.
They're going away, okay.
At the request of the neighbor. So I can't find my marked up, my marked up sheet, but I did discuss it under traffic on page 5. So the addition of the permanent outdoor restaurant seating is for 38 people with the revised table count and I included the chairs, right?
Right.
So I'm counting right now that they have 42 seats with the tables, 16 individual seats, including those amongst the redwoods and in the front. And then if they open, it'll be 22 inside seats for a total of 70 seats here and 4 parking spaces.
And the previous staff report discussed the fact that the only thing that are you thinking about the traffic impact permit process?
I
The
just
parking.
wanted to point out, I was trying to figure out how many we were discussing under the last application and how many is now.
Yeah, I can't, for some reason, I've lost my last drawing from last time. I can't find it, so.
Maybe your last staff
I
report?
can figure it out because the 5, so there were 3 little, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Let's think.
Is this the interim or the permanent plan?
It's the permanent one.
That's what I thought. Well, it's too bad they're losing the planters, but those would have looked nice.
I didn't like them, and I didn't know whether they were going to be planted, but there's no point in discussing it since they're replacing it.
Linda, in your last staff report, you stated that the proposed tables would provide seating for approximately 28 people.
Okay. That's what I counted last time. So they are increasing the number of tables. But
Yeah, they have 6 now.
So from 28 seats to 42.
There's 7
well,
technically.
I'm not, how are you getting 42?
Right, there's 7.
I'm looking at each one of these tables and saying that's 6 seats because
Yeah, but I don't agree that it's 6. You know, they have those braces that hold them up, and it's really uncomfortable to sit 6 people there. Maybe a child on the ends, you know, but you're not going to have 6 adults at these. I don't agree with that.
Well, there still has to be the 6-foot spacing between people, social distancing and all that, right? Or are these tables?
This is the permanent use permit. So this is only going to go into effect when the coronavirus distancing requirements go away.
So,
28.
Linda, I look at the diagram with the last package, and there were 6 tables on that one. And this one has, wait a minute,
7.
7 tables. So I think perhaps the additional table is the one on Sir Francis Drake, perhaps.
Correct. I think if I'm remembering the plan, which I just can't find my old plan, there was no table out front.
Right. No
Well, the
picnic
question
table.
is, based on this new plan then, is table 2 moving over to underneath table 3, as you've indicated in red on your screen share? Are they able to keep those tables at the correct distance?
So this is not the permanent, this is not the temporary use permit. This is only this table plan is going into effect when the coronavirus limitations go away. So there's not going to be any more requirement for people to be 6 feet apart when this is implemented.
Okay, that could be a long time.
Permanent one.
Or
Yeah.
this will not be implemented unless the 6-foot distancing requirement goes away.
Right. I mean,
Okay,
if that becomes a permanent requirement, going forward in the United States and in California, they're going to have.
Then they could not do this.
That's right.
What are they doing now? I guess I'll have to go back again and see what they're doing now.
Well, we gave you the temporary use permit last time, and it seemed to create a lot of confusion.
We had too many plans last time. We couldn't determine what the project looked like.
Oh, right now they still have those beer cans as pedestrian safety measures.
But you're
Look,
correct, Commissioner Rodriguez. I just found my old plan. You're correct. They have increased the number of tables, right? They have.
They've gone from 4 to 7.
Well, they've gone, so they had, in the old plan, they had 3 small tables at the front, and they've now gone from 3 to 5, 2-seaters, right, at the front. They had 2 picnic tables and 3 2-seating, so they had 5 tables, but 2 were picnic tables and 3 were small seating for 2 at the very back of the restaurant, right?
And they've gone to 7 for at minimum 4 people.
Yes, but I'm still, staff still doesn't think it's is gonna create a problem for traffic. Are you worried that there'd be too many people coming in and out of the driveways, or?
Usually the threshold for traffic is 100 visits.
Increase beyond the capacity that the building is now, and it relates to adding building square footage. Doesn't relate to outdoor seating. The language doesn't include anything about that. So unless there's some specific concern that this many tables, they've indicated that a lot of their customers ride and don't bring vehicles.
You know, that table number 7 right now, Linda, I think is actually sitting in the redwood grove and not next to the sidewalk. They have a table in the grove. But that's now.
You'd have to ask Ben if that was part of their temporary use permit.
No, I believe they have a bench seating in there. And I just have to say that having been to that site a number of times, that their current clientele appears to be a large percentage of people arriving by bike or walking. And
yeah, that's true.
Previously stated, that's their business model. That's why their hours are what they are, is they feel that this is family oriented, and it's kind of a bike friendly location.
And you're correct, there are benches now in the redwood grove.
And their temporary use permit, I just found it has 6 picnic tables. So that's what's out there now is 6 tables. 6 picnic tables are shown on the plan.
Well,
But the new plan has 7.
Correct.
Yeah.
Okay, can I ask a question about these sawhorses? Because that's a new element this month. Are they chained down or are they movable?
Double check with the applicant, but I'm pretty sure they have to be movable because that is access for the Caterpillar Academy teachers and things. That's where they park. So
I
they
see.
have to be able to get in and out during the day.
You know, I'm not quite sure the interplay between the Caterpillar and this the lodge here.
Well, there's drive. They have an easement to park, to cross the lodge property and park behind their building, between the barn and the school.
I see. Okay. Okay, thank you.
So Phil, you can see on addendum B, there's the Caterpillar Academy fence from the property line. That's the little area that little kids play in.
Is that attachment B?
Addendum B, it's called, with boundaries, and it shows the signage for the lodge boundary. And you can see in the background the Caterpillar Academy outdoor area.
Right, okay.
I believe on the map on the screen that Linda has too, you can see between the Caterpillar building and the barn building where that parking is. Linda, I don't know if you want to move your cursor there.
Right here is the parking.
Okay, I see. So they have to use that entryway.
This is the property line between the 2 properties.
Right.
And so they drive in and that's how they get to their parking.
So Linda, addendum A is not currently correct, right? None of it is right. We just don't really know what those, oh, I guess one of these would be remaining.
So then, if someone needs to park for the Caterpillar school, when they leave the parking, then they'll have to drive the rest of the way around and go out the exit, correct?
I believe they so they can't drive through. So they have to back onto the lodge property and head out the driveway.
So the entrance would be at the more western side.
That's what I was thinking, and then the exit
Right.
would be in the east, yeah.
On the eastern side. So
Right.
Phil, they come in on that western entrance between the car wash and the lodge. They park between the barn and the Caterpillar, the teacher, the people that work at the Caterpillar Center. And then they back out and go out the exit along the western side of the property when they left. And if everybody's going along that flow, would just stay from west to east.
Right, okay, I see that.
east is the right side.
Right, correct.
Where your arrow is now, that's the east side. So that's the exit, and
Yes.
the west side is the entrance. I thought it was the other way around.
Well, it
Me
is
too.
on-
The way the map is, and the map from last time was the entrance is on,
The east
if you're
side.
looking at the building from the street,
Right,
the
where
left
your
side,
arrow
the
is,
east
the
side,
exit
and you
is
go out
Yes.
the west side.
Right.
on the
That's how it is now.
On the July
Well,
1st
my concern with that is that that left-hand turn off of Sir Francis Drake into the property should probably occur a little bit further along because the Sleepy Hollow traffic is merging right there. And then on the other side of the Caterpillar, there's another little road that comes out. And it's, so you got people turning left to take that little triangle out to Sleepy Hollow. You got people coming in the right. I just think that making that left turn between the car wash and the lodge, as opposed to the lodge and the Caterpillar Academy, makes more sense.
And I agree with Mimi, because I think that second driveway you're talking about, that's where a lot of the parents drop the kids off for Caterpillar Academy. So if the entrance to this could be a little bit further away.
But wasn't this looked at by our engineers and staff as far as the entrance and exit?
We didn't specifically ask them to review that, but I mean, their existing exits and entrances, those aren't changing. And, they've functioned for this building for many, many years.
So I'm a little confused then, because on the plans of July 1st, you have the exit being where you're saying now is the entrance.
Yeah, I think you should just ask the applicants if they're willing to have the entrance be on the west entrance and the exit to be on the east. I think that works best for the teachers too, because I think for them to try to, see my cursor, for them to try to back into this little area to go out this way, it seems to make a lot more sense that they would just go like this and pull out. So
Right, that does make sense.
since you have the two businesses kind of using, this circulation pattern.
That does make
They
sense.
need to pull in the other driveway then and go through, and then they just park there.
Right.
Is that the reason to change the exit and entrance around?
Well, at the last meeting, somebody said that both driveways are listed or have signs that say entrance. So
both driveways there's a sign on the building itself. On both sides of the building, there are signs that say park with an arrow. So no matter which way this is decided to have the flow of traffic, one of those needs to be taken off or changed. That signage needs to be changed because both sides of the building now have signs that say park that point somebody down both of those driveways.
Right, and I think when you hear from the applicants, I'm pretty sure they're willing to do that. Whatever you think makes the best sense.
Linda, what about the bikes? Would bikes come in the same directions that the cars come in?
They're supposed to. They're
okay.
acting as vehicles, right? They're
right.
Follow vehicle regulations.
Just confirming that. Thanks.
And all the bike racks in the front of the building, but it's just not shown here on this plan.
I'm trying to remember, so they were going to have bike racks as part of their separation here, but now that it's switched to a fence, I think you're gonna have to ask them where they're planning to put bike racks. As I said, they've been negotiating with the neighbors as you asked them to do, and this was a late change that the neighbor over to the southeast requested a noise fence, a 6-foot fence. So the bike racks went away at the neighbor's request.
Through the chair, given all the changes that we're looking at here, and since there's no big rush on getting this approved, could we have them come back and clarify those points? Where will they put those bike racks? I suggest they eliminate table 2 altogether and incorporate the bike racks in the back there somewhere. And then I'd like to see some more detail on what's now a fence instead of the planters that I thought was a nice idea.
What's the reason for changing that to a fence?
Chair Green. Oh.
The neighbor has, one of the neighbors is concerned about noise and has requested that they replace the planters with a fence, a 6-foot tall fence, wooden fence.
Okay. Want to
Chair,
recognize-
the applicants are here probably, so some of these questions we probably should be asking them.
Right. Commissioner Newton, did you have a question?
Well, yeah, I mean, I wanted to point out that these are the same applicants that we've, told to go back and come back at this meeting. And I know they expressed concerns about sort of the uncertainty issues. So to the extent we can clarify questions about the bike racks tonight, I would like to do that. Oh, thanks.
Yeah, it would be a shame to continue this again because of a difference in the plans again, because this is, as I recall, this is what happened last time was we had, I think, 3 different plans that all were vague and ambiguous, and now we have a similar issue. So we have to get,
Exactly.
I'd like to get this clarified with, with the bike racks and the walls, but maybe the applicant is the one to ask about it.
Shall I allow the applicant to talk?
Well, we will in a moment if there are no more questions of staff. Okay, then applicant, please come forward and we will ask you some questions and you can make whatever statements you wish. We also, I want to say, I'm glad there is some progress and changes and talks with the neighbors, so that's a good thing. Thank you for that.
Lori
You guys-
Bruckner, or do you have a, yes, you are able to talk?
Yeah, hello, Commission. Good to see everybody. Thanks for staying up late to look at this tonight. We really appreciate it. I think you can see from what Linda submitted, we went to great lengths to try to address every one of the concerns that you expressed at the meeting in June, including providing what I think is a clear drawing. Unfortunately, we did have a couple of last-minute changes, but those changes were based on meetings with our neighbor to try and make this acceptable to everyone involved, like the commission asked us to do. I expressed the uncertainty that's causing us a lot of grief right now moving forward. And that's the reason we're trying to get this permanent plan approved now. In your discussions, it seemed there was a little bit of confusion there. This is the permanent plan that we want to put into place as we move out of the social distancing era. Although who knows how long that's going to be at this point, given the recent spikes. But that said, even if the social distancing requirements are lessened, I think people are still going to be very fearful about coming inside to dine. And so that's the source of our uncertainty and our anxiety about wanting to get this approved so that we have an action plan as soon as things change. So to address some of the specific questions that just came up, it's clear on the drawing, we labeled the drawing with an entrance now on the east side and an exit on the west side. It's shown on the plan. Each driveway is labeled entrance and exit, and there's an arrow afterwards showing the traffic flow. We've been there for a year now. My wife and I are there every day, and there's been 0 problems with traffic. There's not been any incidents. The left turn that you make at the east side of the driveway allows for more room than the west side. That's why we specified that. And we know this because we're there every day. So this is firsthand experience. As Linda pointed out, the building's been there 112 years. And so there's not been issues. It's been working out pretty good. So I think it stood the test of time as far as the traffic patterns go. As far as the usage by the Caterpillar Academy, the overall usage, the overall traffic is just, it's not Safeway. It's a small little place. So I just hope that we're not overblowing what the level of traffic is that's coming into our place. It's very small. The teachers from Caterpillar Academy will occasionally park in their spot and use our driveway as an easement, but it's very rare. There's no parent drop off and pickup there. That's all done from their parking lot, which is to the east of their building. And their teachers and staff are very clear about where kids are to be picked up and dropped off. It's not on the lodge's property. So there's no parent kid drop off pickup situation in our parking lot. As to the planners, we're not getting rid of the planners. We're going to keep the planners. In fact, after the last meeting, there was disappointment in us using the beer cans as stanchions. You know, that was done just to go ahead and get operating again as quickly as we could to start getting some revenue in the door again. We went out and spent, sadly, $2,000 on the planners to clean that up and create a better kind of barrier system. And those are in place now. The beer kegs are not being used anymore as barriers. We've got nice galvanized planters out there. We're going to use those planters inside of this fence that we speak of where the planters are shown now. So there'll be the fence with the planters inside of the fence, and then the bike racks will still be inside of that fence and people will be able to park their bikes there. So it's a pretty simple solution there. There are no tables in the redwood groves. That table at the front of the property is in a small grassy area up by Sir Francis Drake Boulevard. Since we met last time with y'all, we've, as you can see by the drawing, tried to move everything over by that car wash to try to keep any kind of noise or impact away from our neighbor to the southeast. And that includes eliminating that table by the barn and moving it over by the west side too. And again, this is post-COVID. So at that point, we won't have the 6-foot requirement for the tables. So we'll have the ability to move those tables over there. The sawhorses, those are just simple barricades that we put up to keep people from going onto the Caterpillar Academy's property. So I think that kind of addresses the questions that you all had from the first round there.
I just wanted to add one thing on the Caterpillar parking. There is the one teacher that actually runs the preschool uses that for her parking once in a while. It's mainly used by the owners of the property to access their storage in the barn. They're contractors and they use that barn for storage. And that's why the sawhorses are there. We need some kind of a movable barrier that they can pull their truck in when they need to. And again, that's usually on Saturday mornings or really early in the morning, just to access their storage in the barn. So I hope that clears it up.
And could I add that the barriers were at the request of the neighbors who claimed that people were playing football there. So that's why the barriers were not at the choice of the applicants. They did it in response to the neighbors who were concerned that that parking area at the Caterpillar Academy was going to be used as some kind of a playground for people eating. Okay, that's all.
Yeah, I have a question of the applicant. I have a couple of comments about the proposed signage on the tables and the sawhorses. And I just want to ask you, you know, I'm not trying to dictate here. I'm just trying to, I want to ask you if you would take a look at that boundaries, addendum B, boundaries language. To me, it's a little bit ambiguous. I know it's trying to address mindfulness and everything and be as soft as possible, but I think it's so soft that it might be a little bit. So what I would recommend or suggest is the signs say, please respect, and I don't know what you mean by our accommodating neighbors, good neighbors. I mean, so it kind of like begs the question, like, who are they? You know, which are the accommodating ones? I don't know. I'm just trying to clarify that language because it's a sign and people want to read it real quickly, and the fewer words, the better. So please respect our neighbors and stay within the lodge boundary. Thank you for being mindful. That's what I would recommend changing it to. A little shorter, maybe a little larger font on that. I like the idea of the signs. I think it might help ameliorate some of the neighbors' issues. But I would recommend kind of just making the language a little more, we could say direct or shorter. That's something I wondered if you had an issue with doing that, perhaps.
No, none whatsoever. I think, being direct and clear is a good idea. So those are easily changed.
Okay, thank you very much. I think that would go a long way too. When there were planters, by the way, were they going to be planted?
Yeah, and we still have them. They look great. They're big galvanized planters. And so the plan is to put something in there to kind of, maybe a trellis or something that goes up along the wall to provide more sound barrier.
Yeah, that's not a bad idea. Okay, thank you very much. Michelle, go ahead.
I had a question about, so the patio area now, it's going to have the one table and I guess one bike rack and this fence. And so the purpose of this 6-foot solid fence then is what? Or I thought, yeah.
Yeah, it's to help route traffic. It's to help mitigate sound and provide a little bit of privacy too, so that that neighbor to the southeast, isn't looking at people out there. It kind of shields that view, and I think it'll just look a little bit nicer too. It'll provide a nice boundary there, and then the one table there. It allows people that don't want to be over by the car wash side. The car wash is a little noisy. Sometimes a little bit of overspray will come onto those tables. So it gives someone who wants a quieter setting a place.
Thank you.
Any other questions for the applicant? Yes, Mimi.
Yeah, so I guess I still need to understand your plan for the bike rack, if you're gonna create that barrier wall. I think the barrier wall is gonna be a lot nicer for that area. People at that table one will have a better experience, but I'm just curious about your plans for the bike rack.
There are bike racks in front of the property too, as was mentioned earlier. So we do have bike racks in the front, and there's going to be a lot of space now behind that fence since there's only one table there, and it's easy to put a bike rack in there.
Thanks.
Okay, I do have a question of whether you've talked to Mr. Donahue and worked things out with him.
Yeah, Jim and I have communicated by email quite a bit, and we met as recently as Tuesday morning. We have a very cordial relationship. I mean, I think at the end of the day, ultimately, he would prefer us not to do anything back here, and I get that. That's his desire, and I respect that. But we feel what we're doing is responsible. It's low noise, conversational noise. We've tried to move all the tables we can, as you can see, over by the car wash, with the exception of the one table now that we're going to put the sound wall behind. And so I think he'd rather see every table over there. That's probably the one point of contention we have. I do want to keep at least one table here for people that maybe don't want to be by that car wash. Maybe it's someone parking in our ADA space. That gives them a nice table they can access really quickly. So it seems to me like a pretty reasonable compromise. So he may speak after me and have different opinions, but I think we're a lot better place now than where we were a month ago.
Love to hear the public input.
Excellent, good to hear. Okay. Any other questions of the applicant before we do move on to that public input?
Through the chair, I just had a comment for the applicant, which was to thank him for seriously taking our suggestions to heart. And I see you did buy those planters. I think they'll be very attractive out there when you get them set up. My only concern right now is this table number 2, which I don't believe is safe behind the parking. And I would just eliminate that. And otherwise, I'm good to go. I had thought the east side was the entrance and the west side the exit, though people were saying it should be the other way. But now that you mention it, the daycare does have their main parking. And do they not have a separate entrance on the east side of the building? So they do not share your eastern drive, is that correct?
Correct. They have their own entrance and parking lot on the east side of their property.
Right. With that, I would be amenable to keeping the east side if in fact it's far enough away. I know there is that nasty intersection at the light, but this might be far enough away to work. Anyway, thank you very much for really seriously taking a look at our suggestions. I appreciate it.
Would it be okay if staff jumped in again? Because I'm getting the impression that some of the commissioners aren't understanding that table 2 is can you see my screen again with my red marked up plan?
Yeah.
Yes.
We see that.
So table 2 is not going to be here by the barn. They want to relocate it over here by the car wash.
I understand. I was recommending losing it altogether and not relocating it.
Okay, I see. All right. I just wanted to make
Thank
sure.
you for that clarification.
Reminds me another question I had about to the applicants is, are tables over by the car wash any issue for your customers, the noise level, et cetera?
I mean,
some, yes.
A few, but the response so far has been good. People are just happy to be outside.
And we're going to talk to the owners of the car wash and see if we can agree on putting up a little fence there possibly in the future and block some of that overspray. It could be a 4-foot fence on our side and it would be fine.
Okay, sounds good. Any other questions for the applicant? All right, let's see. Tamala, do we have public comments?
I do not see any at this time.
Okay, very good. Then we will close the public comment period and bring it back to the commission for final discussion, please. Thank you.
Chair, there is a hand up.
There is a comment, yes.
Okay.
Yeah, so Mr. Donahue sent me another video, but it's on my computer that I'm not using, so I'm not exactly sure how to get that to you guys. You know?
I am allowing Mr. Donahue to talk.
Yeah, hey commission, can you hear me okay?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay. I just want to first of all say that working with Brian has been really good. We've got a lot accomplished. So I am the neighbor to the southeast, and there's a lot to go through. And the very first thing for me to get to explain to you, I guess, in one way, is for you to see this video, right? So I can talk and tell you what sound is like from my house, but if you see a video and you know what, the sound from an iPhone, it may not pick it up perfectly, but it explains everything about the situation that you know, how the lodge affects me, okay? And so I want to address that first, whatever computer it's on. And I don't want to be in a situation again where the video is played without the sound like last time. It's important that the sound is raised and you guys hear. And so I'm willing to, but I also have a lot to talk about. And yeah, and they're small things, but they're mainly around, and I'll yield in a second, sorry. They're mainly around the patio area. I really, really, really would like that table removed. And you'll understand why from the video. And I can go from there. So I can yield, and then I would love a chance to comment without it going to approval or vote or something. So thank you.
Mr. Donahue, I think staff was saying that they weren't able to bring it up. Are you able to bring it up on your own computer and share?
Yeah, I can. Yeah. If I got
Sorry, his speech cut off, but he will be back in 1 second and able to share.
Okay, thanks, Tamala. Is it Tamala or Tamela?
Tamala.
Tamala, okay, sorry.
Where would we be without Tamala?
I agree.
It sounds like the song lyric.
Mr. Donahue, are you able to bring up?
Yeah. Can you guys see my screen okay?
We cannot yet. Hang on, let me start your video and we'll try it again.
Hey.
Hi.
Hey, how's that?
We see you.
Are you seeing me or my video?
I see you now. Now, can you try and share your video again?
Yeah. Okay, share screen.
Bottom middle green, it should be.
Yeah.
Let me double check that you have the capability. Yes, I do. You should.
Okay, right now I have to go into my security and privacy, and I have to allow Zoom to access my screen. So sorry, just give me 1 second. Okay. But now I have to quit.
Yes, I'm sorry. This may be a little bit more. Yeah.
So can you guys hang in and I'll quit and see if I can share?
Hopefully.
Sure.
Okay. All right.
Linda, can you hear me?
Okay, guys, I'm back.
Okay.
Yes, I can hear you.
Hi. Okay, can you see my screen now? I'm a co-host apparently.
I see you.
Oh, okay, I'm gonna share screen again. Okay, this should work.
Yes, it's working.
Yes, it's coming up.
Turn up your volume.
All right. Well, you know, let's go for it. Let's see if it works. I mean, I don't know where the sound is, but here we go. All right. You know what? On a pair of headphones, that might sound exactly what it's like to be at our house. And all that really changes is that you have one single loud person who's had, you know, that wants to have a bit of fun. And that's why I want those tables removed. Sorry, that one single table is very, very important that that table is gone, and that there is a visual wall between us and that patio area, and also that you know, bicyclists don't congregate in that area and start chatting, right? And it's natural, right? You go to a pub, you have a few beers, and you go, hey, you know, and you start talking and you're chatting about the bike, and then everyone's loud. Because, and the reason I say that is, you know, I'm not being this overly concerned neighbor. I'm actually talking from a lot of practicality here. That during the winter, a lot of the cyclists shone their lights into our house. You know, it wasn't their fault. They didn't know what they were doing. There was just a lot of hanging out there. And so I want to get stuff or policies in place, fences, removal of that that last piece of seating, so that it will be a lot better. So let me see. So I talked to Brian. So I don't know whether that fence is a sound wall or a fence. I'm also very concerned about the overall density. I mean, that's a lot of people. If it is 72, that's a lot of people in a small little area. I'm just very concerned about that. Okay. And let me see if I got everything else. The sawhorses. I just wanted to point out that the sawhorses aren't there because I was concerned that kids would play there. It's because kids have already played there, and I have video proof of that as well, right? And I don't have to show it. You guys can take me for my word, hopefully. But there's one last concern, is that I also have pictures of people leaving the pub or the lodge or that area, whatever it's called, right? And actually using the daycare facilities. And so I think the commission needs to address that as well, because now I didn't bring that up to Brian personally, but it's just an overall concern that about Sunday 2 weeks ago, a guy left there, came over, played in the field right next to our house, then used the hose. And then we've had people use the daycare facilities. And so those horses are there for a reason. Those signs mean people must not go in there for those safety reasons. And it's also really, really important that that gets written into the use permit, so that, you know, horses come and go, right? People park, they get put up, they're taken up and put back. And that's my overall comments. So thank you for listening to me.
Okay, thank you very much.
Through the chair, may I ask Mr. Donahue a question?
I was just
Yeah.
about to do that too. I just wanted to ask if you've addressed the removal of that table you're concerned about with the owners and what the result of that discussion is.
I have. They're super, super nice. Brian's super nice. He is pro removal of that table. I have a feeling somebody else wants it. I was hoping to turn up to this meeting with that removed. Otherwise, I wouldn't have had to share the video and so on and so forth. So I want to ask you, Commissioner, just one quick thing. Did the video you watched, did it do justice to the noise that table produces?
Well, not to me. I mean, because we have exterior noise limits in our ordinance. And for commercial properties, which this is, the daytime decibel limit is 60, but it's measured in such a strange way. You have to put a microphone close to the ground, and it's measured at such a certain distance, and then at night from 10 p.m. to 7 a.m. that goes down to 55 decibels. So the question is whether that is, you know, whether that's within that range. It didn't sound that bad to me, frankly, your video.
And I just want to comment very quickly. It doesn't sound that bad, does it? But if you live beside a daycare during the day, which I do, and 100% of our property borders that daycare, we have basically kids and loud teachers the whole day, right? So I don't have to go into that. And then we have this sound at night. It's a lot for us to have to put up with. And that's what my appeal to you guys is that's my appeal. Maybe my video doesn't break sound noise ordinances, I understand, but maybe you'll get an understanding of what it's like for us to have to live there. And that's my appeal to you guys. Thank you.
Through the chair, can I ask Mr. Donahue a question?
Yes, please. Yes.
Sir, could you clarify for me where your house is? I'm looking at the map from the back side of the property.
Yeah, if I could share, I'm going to share again. I already have that. Oh, yeah, sorry, let me do it fast if I can.
Do you face the sawhorses? Oh, you're going to share something. Okay.
Yeah,
He's on the other side of the barn.
Yeah, I am. So 1577. Here is the patio area.
We can't see what you're trying to show us.
It's all
because
black.
You have to exit out of this program and
Oh.
open the program you want to share before you hit share screen.
Don't you just love that? Okay. I'll try. Okay. All right. Let's.
Can you just tell me, are you on the east side of the barn, right
Yes.
behind the childcare facility?
Yes.
So your windows face those sawhorses in a way.
Exactly. Can you see that now? Can you see my screen?
No,
Oh,
it's black. I see
all
you.
right. All right. All right.
There was a play button on a black background. Now it's disappeared.
I stopped the sharing for you. If you would like to open up the new program and touch on that first and then do the share screen.
All right. Okay. Got it.
There you go.
Yeah, if you guys can see it, I'm right
Okay.
here. Yeah, I'm right here at number 16. This is my neighbor at number 37, Fairfax, Hill Avenue in Fairfax. And these lines were just there to represent that area that I've been talking about, the patio.
Okay, that table number 1 is there.
Yes.
On the
So
patio.
what happens is right around here, if you can see my cursor going back and forth, right around here, the noise, it's amazing. It tunnels or funnels or does something, and it goes right in here. And that's where we live. That's our kitchen area, our living room area. And it's a 2-story, so we're up in the 2nd story, and the noise just travels right in. And I'm trying to grow a hedgerow along here to try to do something. I mean, have been for a while, but and so the Caterpillar Academy is basically, if you can see my cursor, they have a children's play area right here, right under our nose. They use their entrance is here, and then the parents drop off is right here at our back window, and it's like, guys, it's too much.
I remember that problem with the children's play area. I thought they were going to move that play area.
Well, they didn't, because they didn't get their permit was not based. They couldn't go through with their permit because of the fire code. And I appealed to the owner to put some sensible, things in place from all our discussions, and he refused to do it. He basically says he capitulated to the town council. And so I have neither the school nor the owner of the school will work with me on getting reasonable measures in place for noise and privacy. Now, I know this is just an aside from the barn, right? But you wouldn't believe what it's like to go up the steps of our house right here, and there's a whole daycare right here. There's no privacy. We've nothing. And so it's left me, I don't know. It's left me a little bit kind of like, oh, wow, the lodge, I got to fix this, and so that they're all my concerns. Yeah.
Mr. Donahue, what was the purpose behind asking for the sound wall if your real interest was in not having any dining in that area immediately behind the lodge?
Yeah. Yeah, I changed my notes to say sound wall because Brian didn't update his sketch plans to remove that table. So I went, okay, sound wall, but it doesn't have to be a sound wall. Yeah, that's the reason. Sorry. Yeah.
Well, can I ask you that apparently they're going to build a wall around where that table is, and will that solve the problem? Do they still have to remove the table in your mind?
I don't know. And Brian and myself went back and forth a bit, and I said, I just don't want to micromanage this situation. I don't want to take any more photos. I don't want to have to document anything again. I just want this thing done with. I want that table please removed, and put a reasonable wall there. In fact, I prefer a hedge, well, not a fence, but something just to give us a little bit of privacy. And you guys are going to benefit as well. At least a hedge of some sort will absorb sound, and a wall would just bounce things off. So,
That takes time to grow, of course, and
yeah.
The wall is pretty quick. So I guess the owner is willing to build a wall around that table.
Yeah.
To accommodate. So, why not let them do that and see how it works?
Well, we'd have to have a review. If it doesn't work, how do I fix it? Is that a condition in the permit?
Well, it would be a specification, would it not, Linda, specify that a wall is built there instead of having the planters and whatever they were going to have their planters, right?
Except through the chair, the owner had just indicated he would keep the planters and the wall,
Planters
which would give
yes.
kind of a double.
The planters
buffer.
are going to be placed inside the wall to soften the look of it for the people dining at the one table. And the bike rack will be put inside the wall as well.
Okay, well, that seems to be a very reasonable and expensive accommodation. And I didn't realize how far Mr. Donahue's place is from the restaurant. I understand your problem with the daycare being right on your property line, but and we're not hearing from the resident of number 37 there either. So, I'm inclined to think that the wall building is a more than reasonable accommodation, and it's worth a try. That's how I feel about it.
Commissioner, Chair Green,
Yes.
I think the is worth a try is what Mr. Donahue's questioning. Because if we grant the permit, even with the specification, I think that Mr. Donahue is pointing out that we're not building in a revisiting of this to see if it's making life less, noisy for Mr. Donahue and his family, right? We're basically the let's give it a try part of what you're saying, I think is where there's a disconnect.
Well, then, the
To
logic.
open it up to any other public comment if we can do that.
Right, exactly. We do need to move on to other public comments. You're right, absolutely. But I was just going to say, Mr. Donahue can always complain to staff after that wall is built and after the permit is issued, and perhaps revisit the project. Is that not a process that can happen? And are there any members, so Tamala, are there any other members of the public desiring to speak on this point?
Can you hear us? It's the applicants again. It's Lori and Brian.
Yes.
I do want to point out that right now, and I don't know if Jim's aware of this or not, there's actually 2 tables on the patio right now. And our proposal is to move one of those, so there will only be one. And when we do that, that allows, and we build the wall, it allows for a lot of privacy that he's looking for. But I also just want to point out, not to beat a dead horse, but it's a weird use of the property and a disconnect to have all the tables on the other side. It doesn't work in our minds for that property.
No, I can see that. But I'm just, so Tamla, are there any other members of the public?
Could staff just say one thing? In the past, when we've had uses like this where there have been neighbors that have had concern, right? The Planning Commission has allowed, they've specified that more than one complaint has to come in from unrelated neighbors from different residences, right? Because if you just make it one neighbor, you're going to be revisiting the use permit, you know, quite often. Do you understand what I'm saying? So that's been the way the condition has been phrased for other outdoor uses in the past.
Right, and I think
Where there's one neighbor that's more sensitive to the issues than others, right? The other neighbors that were concerned I don't believe are here to speak tonight. So maybe we should find out. It's just a suggestion that in the past the condition that you're leaning towards, which is if we receive a complaint, we schedule it for a reconsideration of the conditional use permit. It's been phrased such that you have to have at least 2 complaints. They have to come from unrelated people from different addresses.
Okay, I think that's a great idea, Linda. Thank you. If we do that condition, then that's certainly how it should be worded. So I'll ask again, Tamla, if there's any other members of the public who are raising their hands?
No, not at this time.
All right.
Can I, through the chair, ask a question of staff?
Well, let's close the public hearing period, which we will do now, and bring it back to the commission. So go ahead, Commissioner Fregosa. I'm seeing a
Okay.
wall.
I see that on the parking lot side, on the barn side of the property, where table number 2 seems to be located, there's a approved option of a 12-foot sound wall that goes from the property line of the car wash almost all the way over to the barn. Linda, does that protect Mr. Donahue at all, or is he way off on the other side in between the daycare and the barn? Who is that 12-foot sound wall being put in for?
The neighbor directly to the south.
Okay, so there's a neighbor directly south, but that doesn't help Donahue because he's over to the right of that second sawhorse, right?
That's right. The Caterpillar Academy's property is between the lodge and Mr. Donahue's property.
Yeah.
And the barn is, you know, the barn, the Caterpillar Academy playground is all between.
It's all right there in front of the Donahues. Yeah, I remember that. Okay, thank you for clarifying that.
So we don't have plans that actually depict the 26-foot driveway and the wall and the layout as it's going to finally be, right? Except that maybe that one that Linda had projected.
Well, your plan is correct. The only changes are that table 2 is moving over with the rest of them by the car wash, and the tables behind the building have been reduced to 1. And then there's going to be a fence immediately behind the planters. Those are the only changes.
Okay, I would like to add a condition of the CUP permit approval on number 1, where it says the project is limited to the table and chair placement depicted in the revised plan dated 7/1/20, and then add and must be revised to depict the correct traffic ways, distances, and table plans.
I guess I'll speak to in that I am not in support of the application. I think it's way too dense in terms of number of seating, the relationship of the intensity of the people and what they're consuming in the daycare. I don't think sawhorses are an adequate distancing. I believe ABC doesn't know there's a daycare there. I think there's inadequate parking. And, you know, I understand their dilemma that they're under right now, but I think they should continue to operate with their temporary use permit, come back to us like we asked, to ask them to towards the end and see how it works. But to me, this is too intense.
Interesting comment. Okay, any other comments?
I have, here we go through the chair. Thank you, sir. I'm torn myself.
Who's next?
And I'm wondering if some sort of a wall or fence or hedges would not work better to screen the Donahues were it along the Sawhorse line.
So that there's an easement for the Caterpillar Academy to cross that line to get to their property. So any kind of fence or hedge would block their legal access to their parking area.
But do they need 40 feet of access?
Well, I believe I mean, it's the parking, that area is their property.
Is their property, yeah.
Right. And they have a legal easement to it. So I don't believe the lodge would have a legal
Up the
right.
driveway, yeah.
Right.
Okay, thank you.
Yes, Cindy Swift, thank you.
Okay, I'm in support of this application. I think the lodge is a good addition for the locals in the area, and I appreciate the work that Brian and Lori have done with the neighbors to try and make this successful for the neighborhood. Should we move to approve this, I do have a couple changes to the resolution that would address the mulch, the signage on the building that relates to the parking arrows, and then would want to address the time frame that the signs in front are removed. But I do support this project as it's submitted tonight with the amended changes to the layout. I think, you know, these owners have gone far to try to make this work. And they've had a lot of, the last meeting that we had, there were a lot of letters of support for this business. So I am in favor of it.
Okay, I also have several language changes for the conditions. I guess I'll go over those. So like number 2, for example, we need to add something that says that there's some, I don't know if it's rumor or news or fake news, I'm not sure, but supposedly we're abandoning the idea of daylight saving time and standard time. So I just want to add a phrase that says if daylight savings time is abandoned, that the dates will prevail. So it'll be like November through March, et cetera. The dates will prevail and not just calling it so that if, you know, we may not have daylight savings time, quote unquote, in the future. On paragraph 8, where it says no outdoor entertainment, including the piping or other transmission of pre-recorded music, so that it's fairly broad. On number 13, let's see, no. 14, I would say the governor's roadmap to resilience, or we should say, or other equivalent state plans, because now we have this thing of a dimmer switch. So That's another little quote, end quote. So I don't know what they might change to, but I think we should need to broaden that too, because that could change any time. And then on 14, the paragraph, the sentence that says are inadequately spaced apart and will need to be spaced at a 6-foot distance and can't be movable. I mean, I think we need to have the tables not be movable. What if, one household starting to talk to another 6 feet away, and I realize, this is after this. If this is after the 6-foot distance thing, I don't know why we have this condition. But if it's supposed to remain 6 feet, they shouldn't be movable because people could move them. And there's 2 word controls in number 15, so it's just a redundancy there. And those are the changes I have to the language anyway of the resa. Thank you. Any other comments? Yes, Commissioner Newt.
So on paragraph 14, seems to me that this is, the effective date. And so the language about what's happening before it's effective is, as Commissioner Green points out, is, not really enforceable, since this isn't effective until after the, social distancing is over, right?
Yes, and the other issue there is we don't know how long that's going to be. I've heard people say, it's not going to be a few years after we get even a vaccine that we'll be able to stop doing that. So it's an issue that is a big question mark about what's going to happen. But of course, if this doesn't take effect, if this only takes effect after the social distancing requirement is gone, do the tables need to be specified as 6 feet apart? But in any case, if they are and they need to be, they shouldn't be movable, like by friendly neighbors or something who want to.
Linda, can you address that?
I'm not sure I'm understanding. We also included after it in 15. Our intention is just to try to make sure that this permanent use permit doesn't go into effect until the state regulations and the local Marin County regulations say that it's okay to get closer than 6 feet from each other.
And it says that in like the first sentence. But then it keeps going on about how the table locations don't currently comply. The plans show that you have to be more than, you have to be at least 6 foot distance. And so it just seems extraneous and in some ways confusing. And I guess
if that's what's confusing, then just take it out. If it's better to just say, hey, they have to comply with all the requirements of the state during the coronavirus, right? And the plan shall not be implemented until, if you take out that whole part about the tables being too close together in this plan, right? There's no point in even talking about that. I would go ahead and just take it out.
Right, I would leave the, maybe the first and last sentences. If the Marin County Health Department extends social distancing beyond October 3rd, the applicant should comply with all county health department.
We'll take out those middle two. We'll take out the proposed plan table locations do not completely comply with social distancing. The plan show tables. We'll take out those 2 sentences, right? And then it's okay.
Does that meet your question, Commissioner Green?
Yes, that would because it makes more logical sense that way. Although I am informed that we're going to be going way beyond October 3rd,
right,
with this problem.
The other thing
I'm sorry.
The other issue is the problem could stop and then things, get hot again. And so we have social distancing again. And so in the meantime, we have tables moved closer, and then they'll have to be moved apart again. So it's just, we have this huge unknown. So I think the changes you mentioned in 14 will maybe eliminate that problem. Maybe.
And then on the title, just to delete the word "and" before outdoor. And then we don't need to change anything about the signage at the entrance, or do we? Do we need to address that?
I think you should include the condition that the entrance be in the eastern, the way they describe it working now, the entrance be in the eastern driveway and the exit be in the western driveway.
And that the signage reflects the.
Make that clear, right?
The signage should be, the standard type of do not enter, exit only type of sign, the red with the white line through it. And then the other one, the entrance should be more or less a green sign, like a freeway entrance sort of thing. So they really can tell, instantly, cars won't make a mistake.
But this building is kind of a historic building. And so my idea was just changing the two signs that are already there. So if we're going with the eastern and western, then, the sign on the eastern side of the building that says park with the arrow could remain. And then the sign that's on the western side that also points to the back needs to be removed or be changed to exit with an arrow, or, I think it would be fine just taking it off. But I'm not sure that, and I would leave that, I think, up to the applicants to come up with that, to change that signage, because I'm not sure that having the type of signage, red and white and exit and all kind of fits in with that building. But that's where I was going with that. And that could be condition 18. And I was looking at adding a condition 17 that says the applicant will maintain a 6 to 12-inch mulch within the redwood grove to minimize the impacts of people walking and sitting among the trees.
Is there a condition that requires removal of the current paddle signs that are out front?
There isn't one now, but that was another thing that I was thinking about, is the applicants have said they would remove those signs and come in when they have a chance with a new sign request potentially. But there's been nothing that says when, like a date certain when those existing signs would come down. And so I was thinking that there could be a condition in there that they come down before this CUP goes into effect.
So that's
unless
paragraph.
unless the commission wants to come up with a specific time frame.
Yeah, condition of approval would be that. One of the conditions to get approval, which means like now, those signs would come down. They really detract from the historical vision of that building, I think.
So we've got those signs addressed in paragraph 13.
Yeah.
And so I think you're talking about adding language there, shall be removed prior to the CUP going into effect.
Through the chair, do they need to pull the permit and pay for it before going forward with this design? So if this were approved, Do they have to go in and pull? How do I put
Only
this?
if they wanted to put the new sign up before they have to get the permit for a new sign before they put up the new sign, but I don't think they need a permit to take down the two.
Okay, yeah. Let me rephrase it. I do not approve of the signs, those horizontal signs that they put under the awning. It's a historic building, and when they came to us for approval to open it up again and start the business, it was with the agreement that they would keep only the historic sign that is on the roof, on the facade, the blade sign. So I think the signs were put in without approval, without permit, and they should be removed as soon as possible.
Right, we use
And
the word forthwith upon
exactly,
approval
forthwith.
of this-
And
of
one
this,
other question,
revenue.
I'm also concerned about the intensity of use here. And I have, again, concerns about the safety of the narrow ingress and egress. And I'm particularly concerned about table number 7, which is newly proposed. I had driven around the last time and went by the, recently to take another look. The table wasn't there. And so it's difficult right now for me to visualize what is there and where is that table going. And also directly across from table 7, there's that small table with 2 chairs that was put outside of that retaining protective wall where the other small tables and chairs go. And it's immediately next to a 9-foot driveway. There's only 9 feet there. And so I have a safety concern about table 7, and then that little table that is the new one that they popped in outside of the low pony wall. And also, I think table number 2 should be completely eliminated and not replaced. I understand the need for table number 1 because that's the disabled parking, and it is the ramp for disabled people to get through the building. And I'm assuming that would be a disabled table that someone in a wheelchair could easily pull in right there, park, and get to that table, as opposed to trying to go over 5 to 7 inches of chip to go sit under the redwood trees or over by the car wash. So that's how I'm thinking right now.
So do you have specific changes to the reso for this? Because I think we need to move along a little bit here.
Well, so
If
far,
that's the case, then I would eliminate table 7, table 2, and the small table and 2 chairs that were put outside of the retaining wall in the outdoor dining area.
So Norma, are you saying just eliminate tables totally, because 2 isn't going to remain there? It goes over where the
I'm
car
saying
wash.
eliminate it, do not relocate it. And, the problem is we keep getting stuff that we've never seen. And I can't remember what it looks like over where table 7 is. And then again, I'm concerned about that little one right in the driveway. There's nothing there to protect that small table. You know how people are. They move around, they throw the chairs around, they move the tables. They could move right into the drive aisle. So I'm just saying those are my concerns. And
we have consensus, but do you have specific language changes or an additional condition for the reso, because we
The
want,
original, the condition would be, let me say it one more time. Eliminate table 2, do not relocate it. Probably eliminate table 7 unless I had a chance to go out there again and take a look at this new plan that we've just tonight received, and eliminate the table and chairs directly across from table 7
that are outside the hitching post wall.
that are outside the hitching post wall, because I believe those 2 are unsafe conditions, and the elimination of table 2 would minimize, and 7 and the little one would minimize the intensity, the increased intensity, particularly because remember, this would be permanent. So when they're able to open up inside, they would still have all of these tables outside as well. That's a very intensive use of a small building, a small site.
well, let me interrupt you to say that it seems to me that's a fairly material change. And I'm wondering if we need to continue this again. Is it possible, Linda, to continue this again for these? Because this discussion is just going all over the place.
That would be my suggestion, to continue it and resolve these.
Only if they agree to waive if they agree to a mutual continuance with the town, to waive the Permit Streamlining Act processing time limits.
So before we go there, and perhaps we need some kind of polling, because I'm not in favor of continuing this. We had, this came before us. We continued it once. The applicants made changes and spoke to the concerns we had at that first meeting and addressed those concerns at that first meeting. So I would not be in favor of continuing this at this point in time.
Well, okay, Commissioner Newton.
I would be in favor of asking the applicant if they would be willing to waive and come back again before we decided not to continue or to continue. I think if we could eliminate tables 2 and 7 and the 2-seater next to the exit, maybe move the bike racks where that 2-seater is, eliminate bike parking on that patio, require the sound barrier around that patio along with the planters, thereby reducing the density. And there has been an increase in density, Cindy, since the last proposal. So reduce that density. Maybe there's a path towards approving it tonight. But, again, if the applicant did not like that or wanted to try their hand again, given what Chair Green has repeatedly reminded us, which is that this pandemic is not ending anytime soon, and acknowledging the concerns that the applicant has about uncertainty, but at least getting their feedback on the waiver question before we maybe we take a poll of whether Commissioner Rodriguez, for example, and maybe we make Shelley weigh into, even though, she's been trying to hide behind her gray icon there. Maybe we take a poll and see whether those reductions might allow for reductions in the density that Commissioner Fregoso has talked about, might enable us to come to a decision tonight. Or if the applicant felt strongly and could sort of see where some of these commissioners are going with these concerns, make a decision themselves whether to waive the timing and come back or not.
I can say that I think I can support this to move forward. I do, I hear the concerns about density in that area as it is small. But I think, it's optimistic to think all of the tables will be full all of the time and there will be lots of cars. So I think I can vote yes tonight.
Okay, thank you, Shelley. Thank you very much. Okay, and maybe it's a good idea we take a poll at this point. I'm frankly fading, and I think we need to. I'm going to suggest we continue the next project, 131 Canyon, because it's now 12:30, and we've belabored this quite a bit. So, Linda, can you do a poll of the commissioners? And we'll see where we are, because I think we need to get somewhere.
Okay, and the poll is, could you support a reduction, could you support the project if tables 7, 2, and the table outside the hitching post were eliminated? Is that correct? And the bike rack inside the fence is moved over to where the small table outside the wall is now, correct? Did I miss anything?
Yes, the only other thing would be that the planters and the wall get installed around the planters. But they can keep table number 1, which is by the disabled access parking space.
Well, right, okay, that kind of goes without saying if we're only eliminating 7, 2.
Right.
Yeah. Okay, so that is the, can you support it? And I will now read your names. Clark?
Yes.
Fragoso?
Yes.
Newton?
Yes.
Rodriguez?
I didn't understand parts of that, so I guess I would have to say no.
Okay, Swift?
Yes, but I'm concerned that we should be asking those questions of the applicant first, before we do this.
Well, it'll give them an idea of, where you stand. Chair Green?
I'm in favor of a continuance, so no.
Okay, so that was 4 could support it and 2 would want a continuance.
Did you want to hear from the applicant?
That was not a motion.
Can you
just where are we at right now?
Right.
Can you repeat the vote on that?
You mean the number?
Not a vote.
Yeah, the poll.
There were 4 commissioners that could support it with the elimination of table 7, table 2, and the table that's outside the wall, relocation of the bike rack that's currently proposed inside the fence at the rear of the property by table 1 over to where the table outside the wall is now. Right? And, table 1 remains as shown on the plans. And there were 2 that are in favor of a continuance.
Did you want to hear from applicant as well?
Yeah, I think that's right. We want to find out if the applicant, given sort of the options as to where the commission is, would they want to continue it, or would they want at least 4 commissioners seem to support the idea of reducing the density in this manner and rearranging the bike rack and requiring the planters in the wall, or do they want to come back? Or do they want to just go ahead with it the way it was presented in the staff report and see where the chips fall then?
Well, I don't think we want too many choices. I would hope the applicants would either say yes or no to the proposed conditions regarding removal of tables, location of bike racks, etc., that we've just been polled over. So it should be kind of a yes or no.
No, because they also need to say whether or not they're willing to give us a waiver or not.
Well, yes, they would need to say that. So
Well,
shouldn't,
and let me just throw something in here too. There's kind of as it is now or with those changes, but does that mean that, you know, if they looked at this, if they decided to come back and looked at this and there was some in-between spot there, that would be an option for them. So, you know, we're talking about removing X amount of tables and doing other things, but if there's a continuance and they're willing to come back, there may be something in the middle there.
so we need to ask them to quickly respond to that.
And the question is, what would the purpose of a continuance be?
I think the purpose of it would be to give them a chance to take a look at what we're talking about eliminating and changing and seeing if that works for them, unless they
Okay.
know now. If they know
Without
now,
having to make a on-the-spot decision right now. Give
right.
also
But
the
maybe
rationale is that we've just received, every time we see something, it's different from what we're looking at.
well, that's my problem with this as well. It's we have two sets of plans tonight even. So, but I'd like
But
to.
they're doing that because we've asked them to work with the neighbor.
Correct.
Right. So
Can I speak for a second,
I
guys?
didn't have
Yes.
to come back as confusing it as it is. though,
that-
either.
Is that Mr. Bruckner?
Yeah, can I speak for a couple seconds?
Please.
Okay, just a couple quick points. Norma, I got up on a ladder this morning and removed all those paddle signs. Just a quick comment on those signs. We have a really good customer. She's 85 years old. Her name is Elizabeth. She comes to the lodge to eat frequently. And it took her a while to find our business because she said she kept driving by all the time because she didn't know what we did. And so she offered to paint those signs for us in a manner that she thought was consistent with the historical character of the business. And she was very sad today when I took the signs down, but they are down and we should have got a permit from them and we'll go back to you for that permit. We're exasperated. It feels like the goal line keeps getting changed on us. This drawing is not that complicated to understand. I am more than happy to remove table 2. It's not a big deal. Also happy to remove table 7 and the other table that, the small table that protrudes near the driveway. I think if you'd been at our business on a regular basis, you'd see there's loads of room there. That's not a 9-foot driveway. There's probably about 15, 20 feet across there for cars to get in. It's very safe. And as I said, we've been going for over a year now, and there just hasn't even been any, as much as a close call. So it's a pretty safe, low-key place. Even on a busy day, guys, we just don't do that much business. A big, big day for us when we're over the moon on a Saturday is a couple $1,000s. It's just, so, you know, if we got to get rid of these tables and you guys can pass this tonight and we can move on with some certainty, that would be great, because we're really just, you know, even now with this temporary thing, we had to close 2 days last week because one of our employees, his brother, had COVID and he tested positive. So we had to shut down. Everyone had to get tests. And then business was slow again because it gets out in the community. Oh, someone there had COVID. And so, you know, 3 steps back. So anyways, if we can eliminate those tables, I'm happy to do it if that gets you guys to a comfort level to approve it.
Thank you. I appreciate your comments and letting me know about the signs. I feel bad for your sweet little friend. But my concern and that of other commissioners, as you have heard, is that every time we see the plans, we get a set of plans and then we're told, well, no, this won't be it. We're making changes again. And it makes it difficult for us to assess, because I went there to look at it for the last set of plans, and then there's a new one and it's hard to tell. But anyway, I understand. These are difficult times and I appreciate your predicament. Thank you for your comments.
Yeah, next time I go out there to look at it, I'm going to buy a sandwich because it sounds like a delicious menu. So are we, now that we've heard from the applicant, does anybody want to make a motion? Yes, Linda.
Can staff talk for a minute?
Sure. please.
just wanted to remind you, because you may have not wanted to include this as a condition, but I just wanted to remind you that with projects like this, it's helpful if you can include a condition that the use permit will not be called up unless we receive complaints from more than one person, two people that are unrelated from different addresses.
Yes, that should be a condition, whatever the next number. I mean, that's a condition that we can all agree to, I think.
That would be condition 20. We're up to 20.
Fine, that's great. Let's do that.
But Linda, condition 16, is that with respect, it says the owner directly to the south of the site? That I think is the sound barrier that Norma was asking about previously. And that is, I believe, reflected on the plan that you presented to us this evening.
Yes, but the reason I worded it that way is because I thought the lodge and the neighbor were still discussing it, and that there was the potential that they might determine that it not be needed. And so we wanted to leave them an avenue that if that neighbor back there felt that the bushes that are there and the fence and everything with the tables moved is okay, that they not be locked into that sound barrier. Yeah.
With that, I would propose a motion, and I'm going to kind of go through what I think the changes to this resolution to be incorporated in this motion would be. Resolution number 2020-04, a resolution of the Fairfax Planning Commission approving application number 20-5 to allow outdoor eating areas at 1573 Sir Francis Drake Boulevard for the existing lodge restaurant. The first change I would make is on paragraph 1 on page 2 to say the project is limited to the table and chair placement depicted in the revised plans presented at the July 16, 2020 Planning Commission meeting, except the tables 2 and 7 and the small 2-seater by the exit will be eliminated. And the bike rack would be moved to bike rack or racks, maybe bike rack parens
Moved out from behind the fence.
would be moved to that area across from table 7 where the 2-seater is removed, right? And then on paragraph 2, we would add language that indicated that if daylight savings time is dispensed with, the dates will prevail. On paragraph 8, we should say there should be no outdoor entertainment, including the piping or other transmission of pre-recorded music. On paragraph 13, and I may disagree a little bit with Norma on this, indicate that the permitted, the signage that goes beyond the number of permitted signs shall be removed.
Forthwith.
Already removed, shall continue. I don't even know what to say since they're already removed.
They're already down. So maybe we would just say since any signage that isn't existing at the moment will require a future permit. Something.
Okay,
like
so maybe delete the first part of that sentence. And so you'd start with any future signage erected.
Right. The signs are down.
And then on paragraph 14, delete the two middle paragraphs, the proposed plan table locations, and the plan shows tables and chairs. Leave the last sentence there. Delete the extra control in paragraph 15. Add the paragraph that Commissioner Swift mentioned about maintaining 6 to 12 feet of mulch. I think you said that was paragraph 18. And
No, I was going to make that 17. The applicant will maintain a 6 to 12-inch mulch within the redwood grove to minimize the impacts of people walking and sitting among the trees. And then 18 was going to be to change the the directional signage on the driveway. So needing to, go ahead.
Okay, go ahead.
So needing to change the sign or eliminating the sign on the western side wall that still references parking going in that direction.
And replace it with an exit sign. And then, Linda, there was a paragraph 19 before the one about not calling up the permit.
Yes, if the conditional use permit shall not be revisited or rescheduled for a hearing unless there are complaints received from two different persons living at different addresses.
I thought you said that was number 20.
Well, so 19 was the displayed signs come down before, and so that's been eliminated because they're already down.
Okay.
So that would be 19.
And with those changes, I would move the adoption of this resolution.
Second.
So that was a motion and a second.
Okay, I'll
Okay,
call the
so we
roll.
need to take a vote.
Clark. Okay, Clark.
Aye.
Fragoso.
You're mute. Oh, there you go.
Aye. That's an aye.
Okay, Newton.
Aye.
Rodriguez.
No, because of density, parking, impact to daycare, and sound.
Okay. Swift.
Aye.
Chair Green.
Aye, now that we've made these changes. Thank you.
I make a motion to continue item number 4, the
Wait,
131.
can I just remind the chair to remind people about their appeal rights?
Yes, there's a 10-day appeal period. There's a charge of $500 and the appeal goes to the town council. Okay, good luck and be well and keep safe. So there was a mention, you mentioned continuing number 4, 131 Canyon Road. About that, I would like to say that project had so many issues for me that a continuance would be necessary in any case. So whatever the time, if this was 6 o'clock in the afternoon,
Yeah.
I would continue that project anyway, and we can discuss it for an hour.
Can I tell you that you should ask him whether he's willing to agree to a mutual continuance, because 60 days puts us past your August meeting that you have to take action in. So he has to either agree to it or some kind of decision has to be made tonight.
Okay, well, I thought we'd let
Let me check the dates again, make sure I'm right.
Well, but
Or
Linda,
maybe we could schedule a special meeting.
For one item? It's up to you.
So any other commissioners want to weigh in on that idea?
right, I'm trying to get.
What
I'm
idea?
trying to unmute myself. Here we go.
It is almost 1 a.m.
Since, could it not come back in August? That's only 30 days.
Linda's checking.
Yeah, but the complete letter went out June. We declared it complete June 17th. So
August would be the 60 days.
Right. I mean, I can tell you that
So
the,
the 60 days would be up 3 days before your meeting in August.
so if that's the necessity, then would the, if the applicant is still around, can they agree to a continuance?
I don't believe it's prudent for us at 1 o'clock in the morning to take on a huge new development that is complicated.
Yes, I agree.
It's not fair to the commission. It's not fair to the applicant. Let
Well,
alone
So the
on the public.
applicant is here. Can we ask him?
I'm going to assume that's a yes, and I'm going to promote him to talking.
Good evening again. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Yes.
Yes, I thank you all for staying so late. I agree. It's maybe a better. It is a good idea to delay this. I just wanted to know what that precisely means for us, pushing the project down the road from a process standpoint. Besides timing.
Linda, can you address that?
So I think what you're referring to, it just, Vlad, it puts you closer to the grading prohibition time. So, if you're heard in August, you're getting kind of close to the time when you can't grade anymore because of the weather.
So, and Linda, I'm very much aware of of this condition and limitation, and we don't plan to do any grading this year. October is around the corner, and I don't want to rush to this process. We want to address every single item.
Yeah. So if you weren't planning anyway to build this year, then this won't have a significant impact on the project.
Yeah.
If you said you weren't willing to do the continuance, they would be forced to take action tonight, and they're too tired.
Yeah, we are all tired. It's 1 in the morning. I definitely agree with.
I have a question. If those of us who have questions and concerns, I heard Chair Green voice some concerns about these plans. Can we send our concerns to Director Berto and Planner Neal in between now and the next meeting, so that, if there are issues that the applicant is able to address between now and that meeting, that they can look at those?
That's a good idea.
I don't know.
I think it's a good idea.
That's a great suggestion, because that will really trim the discussion time, and the applicant will be notified, no doubt, about those concerns and may be ready to address them. I think that's a terrific idea.
I think that's a virtual meeting by each
Yeah,
of us.
my concern with that. My concern with that is that we would be submitting to him kind of the results of our discussion or our concerns after hearing an application, and we're not doing that. I think we're always able to ask questions when we look at a staff report. If we have questions about a staff report that's unclear to us, we're always able to ask those questions of staff, but I think to do what you're suggesting wouldn't be appropriate.
Yeah, you're supposed to take public input and things. You can't just
Yes,
that's right.
That's true. Back to reality. So if the applicant will agree to a continuance, do I hear a motion?
Well, just one more follow-up. My concern is, if you said, as you introduced this item, that even if we were at 6 p.m. in the evening, you would have been inclined to continue it. And we are inclined not to.
If this were 6 p.m., we would we would be continuing it because of all the issues that there are, that I have anyway, with the application. I would have, if we had debated this for another hour and a half, I would be asking that we continue this because of all the issues with it.
So
such as
concern-
without permits and things
if you're
like
going to
that.
start getting to conclusions, we're going to have to open the public hearing.
That's not
But
what I.
that's an assumption. I think we just need to go with, you know, if the applicant seems to be okay with continuing it, we just make a motion to continue it and go from there.
Yes, that's what I would like to entertain.
And I do confirm that I'm okay with continuing this.
Okay, so anybody care to make a, Michelle
I
perhaps?
move that given the lateness of the hour and the complexity of this project, and that we have asked the applicant if they're willing to continue for those same reasons, and he has agreed, then we should continue it to our very next possible meeting. Hopefully that would be in August.
Okay, do I hear a second?
Second, is that appropriate the way that's phrased, Linda?
Sure, I think it's fine, don't you, Ben?
Well, the effect is to a date uncertain, with the understanding that because he's had to get bumped due to lateness of the hour, we would schedule him as
Okay.
early as possible and as soon as possible.
Yeah, for the, you can say for the August, oh, I just have the date.
Let's not do a date certain, let's just move
Well,
forward.
if you, no, I would do it to a date certain, Ben. Otherwise, we have.
Sorry, I'm the wife. My name is Paula Ejico. Hello, sorry. If I understood well, Mr. Berto was saying that this is a complicated project and so on, and it will take many, many hours to discuss. Would you consider having this as a separate meeting sooner than 1 month from now?
No.
I mean, we've been also waiting for 6 hours.
We have a motion to continue this one. And is there a second?
I second it.
Okay, so then if Linda could take a poll, please.
Okay, Clark?
Aye.
Fredoso?
Aye.
Newton?
Abstain.
Rodriguez?
I have a point of order because now we have one party saying, yes, continue it. And now we have another party that's saying, do a special meeting. We don't have clarity on whether we can.
Our clarity is we're making a motion to continue. We're not making a motion for a special meeting.
No, and
I'm going to abstain then.
Citizens don't tell us we have special meetings.
Where are we in the poll?
Okay, sorry. Right. Swift?
Aye.
Chair Green?
Aye. Do the ayes have it?
Yep. Yes.
Okay, thank you. So this application will be continued until as soon as possible. Now I'm going to do an unusual thing and ask that we waive the rest of the I can't even talk anymore. Waive the rest of the
You're continuing the rest of the items to the next meeting.
items and including the minutes review.
We have more items?
And the planning director's report, to commissioner comments and requests.
I would just like to ask the planning director if he had anything that needed to be addressed tonight as part of his planning director comments. If not,
I'll happily defer any discussion until the next meeting. Due to the lateness of the hour.
I do think that there are a number of things that have been coming before the council that is kind of important. And I feel not informed on a bunch of stuff.
I'm sorry, what did you say, Miss? I didn't catch that.
So
You're on mute, Michelle.
with that statement, do I hear a motion to continue the rest of the agenda?
I'm sorry, I didn't hear Commissioner Rodriguez's comment about the continuance.
Well, there was 4 things he was going to report on: the appeals that have been happening from the Planning Commission to Council, whether he's been doing other urgency ordinances on commercial businesses, the outcome of the Miranda Heights thing, and any progress on the historic resources for scope of work for.
I'd be willing to take another 15, 20 minutes for a report on if he's got one of those items that we should hear because it's timely.
I would rather have a motion to continue those items since, but if we can do it in a few minutes, perhaps.
I think you had a motion and a second anyway.
That's true. We were in the middle of a motion.
Right. So I guess I'll take a poll then.
We have to take the roll.
But
one moment, please. We're having a technical difficulty. We'll be right back.
No.
Well, I can run a.
Can you run roll?
I can run roll.
Thank you,
Commissioner
Ben.
Newton.
Aye.
Commissioner Swell.
I didn't hear that. Was that me?
Yes.
Aye.
Mr. Fregoso.
Aye.
Commissioner Rodriguez.
No.
Commissioner Green.
Yes, aye.
And Commissioner Clark.
Aye.
Sounds like we're continuing.
And Shelley, you got to get used to this.
Yeah, you guys, this is really late. I have to admit, I wasn't quite expecting 1 a.m. I thought maybe 11, but 1 is like, wow, really
So
late.
Shelley, what you do is you take a nap in the afternoon after you get home from work.
Okay, I'll tell my toddler that.
Shelley, this is the first time we have ever continued anything because of the lateness of the hour and complexity.
Right. Well,
Usually we barrel through until 2 o'clock, 2:30.
The first item, the maps, that was took forever.
20 is your record, 2:20 in the morning.
May I ask if there's a motion to adjourn now that we've continued all the other items?
I'll make a motion to adjourn.
Second?
I'll second.
Thank you.
Amy. And Linda, if you could take our vote, thank you.
You're on mute.
Or Ben?
Clark?
Aye.
Fregoso?
Aye.
Newton?
Aye.
Yes.
Who was that?
Rodriguez?
Aye. She's on. Okay.
Okay. Aye. Swift?
Aye.
Chair Green?
Aye.
Thank you very much. We'll be seeing
Welcome,
each other
Shelley.
soon.
Michelle,
thanks.
I'll update you on what the council's been doing.
Welcome to our world. Okay. Thank you, everybody. And
Good night, everybody.
Good night, and have a pleasant tomorrow.
Tomorrow is today. Thank you, everyone. This concludes the Town of Fairfax Planning and Commission meeting.